You know, when I see a room full of women like you know what I'm tempted to do, ne? I'm just tempted to say, you know, I see what I see in here, I see power. Ke bona matla. So I'm so tempted to say, Amandla. Matla. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's what I see when I look at you guys. And you look beautiful, by the way. Yeah, and before I do what I have to do, may I just confirm, can I have Soshanguve shouting back at me? Soshanguve. Oh yes, let me see Emma Latleni shouting back at me. Polokwane. And Mbombela. Pretoria. Oh yes, yeah, now we can start the program. Oh yes, yes. Ah yeah, you almost killed me, Harankua, but yes, you are part of this, yeah. So okay, now I can do what I have to do now, what I'm here for. I'm just here to at least welcome the person who'll be welcoming you on the stage. But before I do that, remember we are live on Facebook, guys. So please invite your fellows, your friends to check in. # Bua TUT or TUT Communications, ne? You'll find it there. So let's trend today and be a wonderful, wonderful audience because everybody out there is with us in here. So, but let's start by just calling in Dr. Tlaba, a Director of Student Governance and Leadership Development. You know, a doctor of note, by the way, a doctor who has passion in student governance, but also in developing young students like you. I'm sure you've seen, and I'm sure you've also heard from even your peer fellows, that's young men, that Dr. Tlaba has the passion to make sure that you leave this TUT a well-rounded person. So really, we are proud to have him as a director. We are proud on your behalf to have him as your director. So after the director, Dr. Tlaba, you will also be addressed by #1 student of this university, Nokwanda Khumalo, the PG. You know the PG well, ne? I know, the yes is too low. Do you know PG of this campus, #1 student of this campus well? Yes, you know, Nokwanda is one of the leaders that are amazing. You know, she looks beautiful, beautiful. You'll see her today. She looks especially beautiful today, but she's also a hard person when it comes to issues of leadership. So that combination is very rare to find. So after the welcome by Dr. Tlaba, we'll have the PG coming and address you. Thank you very much.
Started, thank you. Thank you, teacher. Sanbonan. Ninjan. Right? Can you sing a song? I don't know. Do you know how to sing? Can you sing with me a song? Please stand up on your feet. Zicela ukuhlakanipha obesungipha 1 2 ngapha ngicule ngapha obesungipha leli langa lokubusiswa Laba bangapha baculi. Ngicela ukuhlakana ubuli ingqondo One last time ngicela ukuhlakana uvule ingqondo yami ngicela ukuphume Come on, clap your hands for yourself as you take your seat. Thank you, girls, for singing a song with me this morning. Let me greet all the important people in the house, which are yourselves, the delegates. Thank you for coming to Ntombazana 2022. It's been a long time since we started doing our first Ntombazana at TUT. But let me greet all our speakers. Thank you for agreeing to come and impact our young people this morning. I believe God has laid in your heart something special, that when you speak, the lives are going to change. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for coming. I also want to thank our colleagues for organizing this wonderful thing this morning. Thank you for making sure that the students are here. You know, people had options in life. We are living in days of many options. People can just watch TV, they can go online, they can go to many other things which are contesting with what we are doing this morning. But all of you have decided that on a Saturday, you are not going to do other things that you could have done, but you are going to come and be empowered. Ngicela uyishayele izandla for being here and for taking time to be here. Thanks, Memulife, for the wonderful words as we were opening this session this morning. We do appreciate you. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Well, in 2005, we started this program called Ntombazana. I was troubled in my heart. I was wondering whether are we ready as a university to ensure that we nudge our young people, especially the girls, to the place where they're supposed to go. And I developed two programs. The first one to develop was Ntombazana. And then after I saw that these girls were going to be so developed and these boys are left behind, I developed Mutlabane. In the same year, we developed Mutlabane, which is a boys program. Last month we had Mutlabane. In July we had Mutlabane. We had 400 boys in this place. Even this morning, we're having 400 girls who are participating in Ntombazana 2022. The reason why we're doing this program is because I believe that sometimes the potential is there, it just needs a spark. That's why I've invited women who can spark it, because God has already wired you with potential and great potential to do amazing things in the world. So people must listen to different people, but sometimes it takes one person to ignite you. So we are here to be ignited. But what I know about being ignited is that the one who needs to be ignited must be ready to receive. You can do yourself one favor this morning. Listen attentively. Engage with what is going to be brought to you. You know, sometimes when I look at the women who are going to talk, somehow it was not possible for them to meet and be in the same room today. But somehow the universe and God orchestrated a moment for you and you and you to meet with them this morning so that you can be inspired by them. You know, there were people who wanted them to come into this place to come and talk to you. But somehow it did not work out. Despite many meetings we had with them, talking to them, it did not work out. Because somehow God knew those are not the right people to talk to you at this moment. But the ones that we have agreed to come and speak to you this morning are the ones who have come. So listen attentively and begin. Make yourself vulnerable. Do not behave like a person who knows it all. Just say, today I want to be vulnerable and be inspired and empowered by these women. And then if you do that, you never know. There can be a turnaround in your life. You never know. Your life can become highly impacted. You can become a different person just because you did one thing. You listened to the right people. So I want to welcome all of you this morning as you have come to Ntombazana. Our theme this year, we are talking about being a tenacious woman. We're saying that we must normalize the narrative of a tenacious woman rising to the top. Sifuni woman on top. Oh. 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 Sifuni woman on top. Oh, yo. Sifuni woman on top. Oh. You know, we want to see women on top for the following reasons. The first one is many countries lost wars because they left their women behind. And they took weaker men to war, and they forgot they left women who were strong, who could have helped them to win wars. Actually, in Africa in particular, and many countries, it took us many years to develop because we placed development on a few people who were just men, instead of allowing women to also participate in development. For many years, women were not allowed to be accountants, they were not allowed to be lawyers, they were not allowed to be pastors, they were not allowed to be leaders. As a result, the countries were subjected to poor leadership, which was just men. So if you leave women behind and only allow men to lead, you are making that country leaderless to a certain extent, because some of the greatest leaders are going to be women. We are talking of Winnie Mandela. We are talking of Mama Betha Khoza. We are talking about many women who have led the world. Even today, as we stand, United Kingdom is led by a woman. So it shows that women can lead. Germany, one of the best countries in the world, have been led by a woman for many years, more than 12 years. And it's been doing well. It shows that women, when they lead well. That's why then we are saying, we want to see this narrative being normal, that women must be on top. I know some of you have dirty minds. You're only thinking of women on top in a dirty sense. But we are saying we are breaking the ceiling. We want to see women on top in the boardroom, women on top in politics, women on top in business, women on top in churches, women on top everywhere. We've already seen women on top in the bedroom. We are not interested in that one anymore. We want to see them from bedroom to boardroom. We want to see a woman president in this country. We want to see the next Mutsipe being the female Mutsipe. We want to see a SAFA president of soccer being a woman. That's why we are saying women who are tenacious, women who are resilient, women who are extraordinary must begin to be on top. We are tired of seeing slave queens on top. We want to see clever women on top. We want women on top because of their abilities, because of their talents, not because of selling themselves cheap. We want to see women who can buy their own drinks. We want women who can buy their own cars and still build families. Sifuni woman on top, oh. Sifuni woman on top, yo. Sifuni woman on top, oh. We want women who are dressing, looking beautiful, and still become successful. We don't want people who do makeup because they are shallow. No, makeup, it's because you afford it. We don't want women who are having bought hair because that's all they can buy. We want them to buy hair because they afford to buy hair. That's why we are saying in this conference, we want a tenacious woman on top. So without saying many things, all I am here to do is that welcome. Participate effectively, ask the questions and engage with the speakers as I'm going to introduce to you the President General who's going to come and address you this morning as we continue. Sifuni woman on top, oh. Sifuni woman on top, yo. Come on, welcome the President General. Sifuni woman on top, yo. Sifuni woman on top, oh.
Yo, sifuni woman on top, sifuni woman on top, sifuni woman on top, yo, sifuni woman on top, yo, sifuni woman on top, sifuni woman on top, sifuni woman on top, yo, sifuni woman on top. Yo, sifuni woman on top, sifuni woman on top. Amanda, awethu, malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi, wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo, wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you so much, Dr. Kaba, for the warm welcome. Mamulife ngiyabonga. Firstly, I will start greeting our beautiful, distinguished guests, beautiful ladies from different campuses. Ngithi malibongwe. As introduced, my name is Nokwanda Khumalo. I'm the outgoing President General. For that note, first female President General. I want to register this, that yes, I'm the first, but definitely not the last. Because we're living in a country whereby we have females that want to see themselves on top while not grooming abazemva kwabo. So I've made sure Guti, maybe definitely not now, but very soon, uyezomunye President General who is going to be the female, and she's going to excel. Thank you so much, Dr. Kaba, for doing such initiative, because we really go through a lot as young women, and you inviting such powerful women to address us, give us advice, engage. Whatever we're going through doesn't determine our future, because I believe that whatever they're going to talk about, they can never just be there into challenges. Nati, it will also give us hope that we might be suffering academically, politically. Ekhaya, you're facing challenges and. But if uzozwa that the things that you're going through, there are some women that are going through, and definitely baphezulu. Now it would also give you hope that whatever you're going through cannot determine la uyakhona. What is important is a finish line, because we all came to TUT sizothatha qualification, not only qualification, but then to be involved in eningi, because we find ourselves being judged because you're a woman. They tell you that you are not capable. Let me register this to you. You know that when a woman gets into a position, you know why? A woman is a hard worker. We always have that thing. If James what can stop me? You understand? So I'm here to also register that people must not lie to you. We are capable more than men. And we can change this country. Even though bangasehlisa umoya, we've been marching in all campuses. But the safety in our campus, even though will never be silenced. Believe, but then we believe ourselves. You understand? We're going to unite, even if we face a situation whereby even ourselves as women, but that is not going to silence us. You understand? We're graduating to a jobless country, but then that won't silence us as women. We're still going to occupy those powerful positions. You know, I always tell people, Uguti, I've managed to balance my academics, my being a breadwinner at the age of 25, leading 65,000 students at the age of 25. I had to balance all those three, because when you are a leader and when you are a woman, you always live in a century where men dominate a lot, and they will always make you feel less of that. Because you find a situation, let me say, no one that is dating a president, say vets, and Gogs can date a president, say UP. Gogs won't be popular. They won't say Gogs Bampalela speech, but they will call Gogs leadership. But when Unogwanda decides to date a president of vets, that president of vets is leading from the grave, she's not capable. That's the pain of being a woman. You understand? But konke lokho, it motivates you ukuthi I'm strong, I can do it, and never ever ukuvumele ukuthi bakwehlise because we are more powerful than that. That is why besaba we are a threat kubantu besilisa. Bayoze bevume noma bengavumi, we are a threat because masingena they will try by all means to stop you with a man and dig information about your family, dig information about your past, trying to let you down. But that will never silence us because we are women, we are capable, not just because we want to balance each gender or we're just going there. We are capable and more capable than men. With this seminar, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say, it's up to you. You're going to listen. Take that, or and go back to your campus. So with that being said, all the best and enjoy. Thank you.
See you guys, you look beautiful. Why? Okay, I'm a poet, ne? So one thing I do as a poet, I facilitate a poetry group in Pretoria Campus called Gifted Pen Society, and my babies are there. I used to be a student at Pretoria Campus. So, yeah. I'm gonna recite a poem for you, ne? So one thing I'd like to tell everyone is that as a woman, you need to set standards for yourselves. Whether you're being criticized for your sexual orientation or the way you look, it doesn't matter. Set standards for yourself. One thing that you can't allow is for people who are never allow anyone to take you for. Yeah, don't allow anyone to play on your head. Ne? So this is what I always do. I create a list for almost everything. Ne? So I wrote a poem called How to Love Me. How to Love Me. Because you must know, if you can't handle it, don't come back. Lost my 8 as a belief. Ne? So yeah, it's called How to Love Me. And I feel like everyone here should write this poem for themselves because I believe everyone is a writer in their own sense. So I'm going to recite this for you. Nothing major, nothing strange. Yeah, I get Rohana, so. Dear potential better half, this is how to love me. Ovalin nagas Pitori, bualin nagas Setswana, makaplan. Touch my heart in a language I understand, and maybe I'd let you touch other parts of me, like my hand, so that I may hold you close, as you remind me of probably the dumbest things in life, because that's what I like. I enjoy random things. I like random people. And if you think my randomness is too random for you, then you're probably not the right person for me. I like the small things in life. The nice little gestures, like asking if I'm fine when I say I am, because those small things are not small, they mean a lot to me. Know that I am a fragile being, a kind heart, a marshmallow, a goofball, one that has magic in her, one that has a lot of love, and one that loves football and art. But I don't want you prying into my personal space when I tell you I want to be alone. Drive me insane, it's okay, but never make me feel less about myself, because I might end up hating you in the process. And if you don't treat me right, I might end up in Sun City, and if you treat me wrong, then I might end up in the other Sun City. Know that before I love you, I love myself first. So if anything does not sit well with me, I am going to tell you. I am going to choose my peace over yours any day. But I will still love you as urgently and as open as can be. Okay, ne? You remember I said my name is Aisha, ne? Here's an introduction of myself. Hi, my name is Aisha. Assalamu alaikum. Well, it's more like Aisha Amakhalang Ramatena, Ngwana wa Bokoni Bupirima. Daughter of the soil, born and bred in the platinum city of Rustenburg, black, Muslim, and it's not Muslim or Islam, it's Muslim. Not that hard to say. Or dangerous as the media portrays it to be, it is peaceful, my way of life. And I'm sick and tired of walking down the streets and being afraid that South Africa's xenophobic attacks may one day lead to my demise. And as much as people say that there is no such thing as Islamophobia in the world, you won't understand that tidbit of information unless you're a victim to the hate yourself. So to the little colored girl in pre-primary school who said that I am too black to be a Muslim, I wrote you a poem. Roses are red, violets are purple. People say they are blue, but the fact is, you are a damn racist and you utter nothing but bull feces too. And to everyone that has made mockery of my faith, I have been taught to love and have patience. And if there is anything I know is that I can be whatever I want to be in this world. But I will never, ever be a terrorist. I'm a spoken word artist, which is just a fancy way of saying that I enjoy telling stories. What I love about what I do is that no matter how scared I am, people still listen to me. They connect, they relate, and they're intrigued by my stories. Spoken word has taught me to be unapologetic. It has taught me to be my own being, and to some extent, it has made me Aisha. It handed me my voice in a country whereby, depending on who you ask, I was too much of something and not enough of others. I was simultaneously too black or not black enough, too Muslim or not Muslim enough. I was weird, out of place, and not completely your average Kasi girl. But I found my place in all of that, and I've heard it all. That racism does not exist, but people don't hesitate to end their sentences with, "You're so articulate for a black girl." Well, I'm sorry, but that's not really a compliment. Having you find it hard that I can piece words together and construct a simple sentence is not a compliment. Saying that I am your favorite black person is not a compliment. Saying that not all Muslims are terrorists, but all terrorists are Muslims is not a compliment. And to the gentleman, not a pick-up line, no, you cannot feel my hair, no, you cannot touch my skin, no, you cannot tap that ass. Do not ask me to teach you how to twerk because I really do not know how to. When you mispronounce my name for the 10th time in a row, it does not tell me that you find other languages challenging. It just tells me that you find other languages inferior. My name is of Arabic origin and it means well prosperous in life. It was handed down to me by my parents after a wonderful woman in the Holy Quran. Aisha radiallahu ta'ala was a genius. Every word was like a thesis. Look closely and you'll find a beautiful meaning, a reason behind my whole existence and a revolution behind my middle name. So no, you cannot give me a nickname. My name is Aisha. Clap it out if you want. So, I'm going to be facilitating the second part of the session. Yeah? It's a panel discussion, and the topic is how to become a woman on top. So, our guest speakers are going to be Ms. Shailis Shai, a business executive, Ms. Moko Mhlaivana, speaker and coach, and Ms. Riabetwe Molabo, speaker, coach, and businesswoman. Please do come on stage and engage with our students. So as we bring these women on top of the stage, let's just sing something. Something, yeah, guys. I don't know how to sing, that's the problem. Like, if I could do anything, I could dance, but I just can't sing. Modimo bone gore ngwana o, if she sings, yo, it will never end. So yeah, okay, kidding. Nobody wanna see us together. I can't. Maya. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Nobody wanna see us together. Nobody wanna see us together. Nobody. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ah, Caesar Puma. Tina, Caesar Funda Mahala. Nalidi star, guys. Like Dr. Klama calls me a superstar. I'm a really superstar. You saved me. Yo, I felt like crying. Okay, so we have Miss Shaila Shai, Miss Mokom Tlaibana, and Mr. Riabet Umolapo. So here's the topic, ne? How to become a woman on top. Opening remarks from any of you. We can start with Ms. Riabeti, and then Somar take it, it from the right. Hey. How to become a woman on top.
Good morning, ladies. Good morning, ladies. Good morning. And the gentlemen. Sorry, guys. Look. How to become a woman on top. Should she be on top?
I think so.
I think, everything pertaining to purpose and everything pertaining to success, in my view, is linked to purpose. So in order for you to understand and to realize what top means, top is different to everyone, because everyone has different purposes and different abilities. So if I was to say what I used to think what top was when I was younger is not what I think top is today. My perspective has kind of changed and shifted. To me, top basically means the best of who you are, the best of what you were created to be by your creator, with the abilities that he's invested in you. So in my view, women should be on top on the basis that they are on top in their purpose.
Oh, so not basically competing with a male counterpart.
No.
Yeah, so it's basically more about improvement as a person, as a being, not necessarily about competing with your
as
male
humans,
counterparts.
Yeah, because I think that's the problem is what ends up happening is we're competing with another gender. And life is not even about competition.
True.
We're messing up this experience of living because we're trying to be number one guy. Well, yes, you should have a competitive element as a human being. Like you guys are in school, you should try your best, obviously, in your academics. You're in sports, you should try your best. But I'm talking about, when you're trying to say women are better than men type of thing. We're equal, but different.
Okay, understandable. So can I get a definition of, how to answer this question, how to become a woman on top from Ms. Shaila Shai. And to the audience, some are prepare questions for each of the speakers and then bring them to any of the guys in blue and then they can bring it to me and then we'll ask them because the session has a timing element to it, so we can't take all questions. So the faster you write that question, the faster it will get answered. It's that simple. Yeah. So how to become a woman on top.
Thanks so much. Is this thing on? No. Should be. Okay. Thank you so much. You all look beautiful, by the way, and I'm glad to be here. And in responding to that, I'm actually just going to share a lift from my life, just a piece of, my journey. Went to varsity in Cape Town at the age of 16 from Mpumalanga. Is Mpumalanga in the house? And obviously after varsity, it means I started my career at a very young age. Being there as a young black woman, sometimes, you find people looking down on you, undermining you, right? You get into those spaces and your voice is not heard in the manner that you want it to be heard. And you have to stand your ground. For me, and my focus, when I listen to what we're talking about today, tenacious women, for me, what I want to leave with you is that you are enough. You are that woman that can change the narrative, be it in corporate world, in politics, in business. You are that woman, and you are enough. And being a woman on top, it means sometimes you'll meet with challenges, with barriers, and sometimes when you finish studying, you need to leave this thing of knocking on doors, right? Sometimes just kick that door open and make sure that you get in there. Learn as much as possible. Occupy space, take up space, and make sure that your voice is heard. Don't allow anyone to look down on you because you're a woman, you're young. You are powerful, you are enough for all the gifts and the talents that you need to be able to grow your career and be on top. Grow in business and be that, business leader. In community, in society, and be that person that you want to be. Don't be defined by what the community says you should be. Don't be defined by what corporate says you should be. Because in most cases in corporate, you'll find that you might find yourself where it's very male-dominated. She said it so nicely, it's not about a competition. Find your space, own it, and know that you are enough.
Definitely, definitely. So yeah, I keep asking this question. And every time I hear woman on top, I'm like, women on top? How? Because a friend of mine yesterday, I was like, why did they pick that theme? It doesn't make sense. And I'm like, as women, we should think about the social implications, the economic implications of us. Everything, whether it being social, political, or economic, we need to rise to the top. And there is no need for us to compete, but we can compete internally. We want to better ourselves, and that's why we're seeing women who are becoming accountants, engineers. They're just becoming bigger things that we never thought we would be in any day. I'm graduating next year, by the way. Yeah, so I am becoming the woman on top. I'm gonna be a professional journalist. Yeah, so how would you view being a woman on top?
Sanmanan, Ninjani, I'm Moho the shy one. Can you see that I'm shy? I'm sweating, I'm just like, yo. I just want to echo what both the ladies said because I resonate with it so much. If we're going to speak about being on top, it always has to be on top of who we were created to be. It cannot be on top of anybody because your greatest competition is the woman in the mirror. And the minute you start looking around, whether it be to the males or to your friend or to someone else in the same industry as you, you've already failed. You flop what I did. And you're not going to make it if at all anybody else but the person that you look at in the mirror is not your competition. It should be the person that you were yesterday that you're competing against. Guti, I didn't keep my goals yesterday. I didn't speak right to myself yesterday. Nobody else. So if we are going to speak about being on top as women and being a tenacious woman, then we're saying every day I'm working towards becoming a better version of myself and realizing that girl. I can't remember, there's that girl that you dream about. Or am I the only girl who dreams about the girl? Let me tell you guys about the woman on top. I look at myself every day in the mirror. I'm like, girl, you look better than yesterday, right? You're doing better than yesterday. You're drinking more water. You're staying less off social media. You know, you're mising more boys. Oh, but it really is, for me, when we speak about being tenacious, obviously, like you said, ma'am, purpose, becoming who I was created to be and being very intentional about seeing that girl. That's the top for me. That's what I would define as success and keeping true to who I am and becoming everything else that really has nothing to do with the girl, right? Because there's that girl that you know deep inside of you has to come out and become. So if I'm going to be at the top, I need to be conscious of the way I eat, because girl, you know there's food you're not supposed to be eating. Or yimi kuphela oneyinkinga zokudla. Uwe nesinokufish ichomi, uwe ne-acha, and uyazi ukuthi azikuphathi kahle, right? So when we speak about the top, I really just think about unbecoming of all the negative stuff, becoming the person I'm supposed to be, thinking about my purpose, thinking about not competing with anybody else but my yesterday. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So to the audience, is there anyone who has a question? I don't buy it. Okay, I do, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, just ask questions. Feel free. We're live streamed on all TET official pages, as well as Pretoria Campus News. And yay, there's this girl, Pretty Motao, I don't know, because I'm enjoying this. That's how you know that we're doing something right as TUT. And we are coming from various campuses in Mbombela, Emalahleni, Garangua, and people are coming here with different personalities, from different backgrounds. And all I'm saying is that do not feel shy. As I'm standing in front of you, it's not that I'm not nervous. I am terrified. I am petrified, chicken fried, with a large side of nervous and a medium cup of hope. Oh, like hope. You must have hope, man. Hope is like a cup of coffee on a Monday. Yeah. So feel free to ask questions. You know, Top Junior falls under student governance and leadership development. And as leaders, we need to take a stand. We need to speak for ourselves. We need to feel comfortable asking questions, because you don't want to get home and say, yo, I could have said this. I could have asked this. Do it now. Do it now, and I will come to you. Lanswa? Limnat? Yeah, sure. Any hands? Even a comment? Yes. Is there a roving mic anywhere? Yeah, the mic is coming. We have one hand. Can I have another one? Second and third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Noted. So mic's on the right side, and there are two questions coming from this side. Feel free. Comment, question. These people are here, and they want to answer questions. They really want to answer questions, so feel free. Yeah. Please state your name and ask the question or comment.
Good morning. Ooh, this is loud. Please, this is a question to all of you. My name is Mihlali, by the way. Good morning, everyone else. How do we go about breaking down barriers that hold women back from discriminatory laws to an unfair share of home and family care?
Can you hear me? Okay, loud and clear. It's a good thing you raised that question. And if I look at corporate South Africa, there's been such a shift in how things are done. There's a lot of talks around, integrating different and be diverse in the work environment, a sense of belonging, a sense of diversity. And there's a lot of sessions similar to this, even in corporate South Africa, where you're empowering women. Society has changed, or society is changing. What is defined as roles that are typically for women, that's changing as well. You know, you find men supposed to do those things as well. Some of the people that are married will tell you that it's actually a thing that we help each other in the house, right? And when you get into the corporate space, like I said earlier on, you need to own your space and not be defined by what society say or be defined by what your colleagues say in the office. And again, I think my fellow colleagues here mentioned that it's not a competition with men, but it's you shining and not allowing anyone to dim your light. It's you coming forth with your gifts and what you can contribute to the organization, and show them that you're willing to give that discretionary effort if it's in a corporate space. And make sure that you stand up and have your voice heard. You shouldn't be silenced. You need to speak your truth, even if your voice shakes.
Definitely. It must shake fairly. But your voice must shake. I believe that your voice must shake, because if you don't have an element of nervousness to you, then that means you don't care enough. So can we please have the second question from the right, and the mic can... Okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Mutaro. I don't have a question, I have something to say. Okay, as Miss Ria, is it Miss Rabetu on my left side? Yeah, as she said it's not about competing with the other gender. And it's not also about competing with our gender. Us as women, we don't love each other. We compete with each other a lot. If somebody has something, I also want to have it. For what? I also don't know, just because the other person has it. And then again, to be a woman on top, it's not only about finding yourself, it's also about finding something which is hidden. For example, if this is a book, and then it is written, where it is written, let's say something, it is highlighted in black and then you can't see it. In order for you to see it, you need to take this page and face it to the light. The light will reflect what is written. Same as you. Where you are, you feel like you are in the dark. Reflect yourself, take yourself to the light, you will see what you need. You will see what your life is in shortage of. Always. Always as girls, what we do, we don't go to the light, we keep on going to the dark. When someone say, friend, let's go, you don't think, you go in a reverse. You don't think forward, where are you going forward? You just think of always like, when a friend say, okay, this and this, this and this, and then you say, yes, you're going in reverse. What are you agreeing to? If a friend say, okay, let's go to the where there's something going on, you say, yes, you're agreeing, you're going. Where are you going? You don't even know where you're going. Let's just turn the darkness in us and like put it to a light. There's a saying which says, a queen fix another queen's crown. But then what we do, we destroy the other queen's crown, which is not good. So, from me to everyone, I say, girls, let's love each other and respect each other. I am who I am, and then I am unique in my own way, and nothing can change me, not even you. So let's have respect for each other.
Dynamite, guys, dynamite. Can we please have the third comment or question from Nogwanda?
Thank you. Mine is just simple. I just have one request. What advice can you give one of the students, Okona Lana, who would like to see themselves being phenomenal women like you? We know we differ, some were shy, we are different, but then we are perfect in our own way. So what advice can you give to a young lady from a society, ekhaya, whereby they don't believe in women? In an obvious fact, now as a woman. So what advice can you give a woman a young lady who sometimes wish to be like you one day? Thank you.
Yes, next. There was also another hand from this side. So can the mic just come closer while the question is asked, and then we'll go to the back. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, can you please respond? Oh, okay. Then we can have it here. Yes, please. Yes, please.
I don't know if this is on, but okay, cool. Look, maybe let me give you my background. So I'm an only child from a single parent mother. From grade 1 until 7, my mother was not working. So, no, actually grade 1 till grade 8, my mother was not working. But she was educated, imagine. So imagine undergraduate, working, unemployed undergrad. She was that back in the day. And she studied Koharamkuwa doing a medtech. So it wasn't like she studied into a wabo, but she was unemployed. So I spent my entire primary school trying to get out. Nobody told me, you have to study hard, right? Like you have to get good grades. I just saw the situation, and I was just like, for me to stay in this school, I need to I need to just make sure at least my marks are on point so that I'm not excluded or I'm not taken out. And that was how I maintained my academical stance. Ne? So from grade 9 until 12, we moved to Polokwane where she was working in a laboratory. And even then, life was not easy. She's a single parent. You have to catch up for the 8 years that you weren't able to sort life out. Then you have to be in the now and provide for your child and try to plan and try to do this. So life has not been easy for me. And that most probably has been one of the reasons why I try to push as hard as I can. So at this point, I know that we have all these societal issues that we're facing and all these challenges. To be honest with you, I don't think we have an excuse not to succeed. We don't. For example, as an example, case one, sfunda mahal. So there's no excuse for you not to succeed, because at least you've got one element out of the way. You're one step closer to success and one step away from poverty. The question would be, when you're in this institution, uyenzani, like Madam said earlier on, are you trying to engage in activities that will build you? Or are you busy ulatelani libafana? Ayafana ma jimbos, ayafana ma chance. So the question would be, when you are in this type of environment, you are lucky that you've been secluded from wherever your background, where you come from. I've been to the various campuses, and I've been also to some of the close by, like villages or townships, and I know what it's like. I grew up in a township, right? So I know. I don't, my voice sounds like I grew up in privilege. I did not grow up in privilege. My profile, if you look at it, looks like I grew up in privilege. I went to one of the best business schools right now that's actually affiliated to the United Kingdom, but I don't come from privilege. So based on that, we do not have an excuse not to succeed. The question would be, when we're in such environments, what are we doing to build ourselves? What kind of friends are we keeping? What kind of conversations are we having? For me to be where I am, it was based on the conversations that I had with my friends in such an institution. What are you talking about? Yo, what am I? We know what you guys talk about. It's stupid, but those small conversations that you guys have in the dormitories, they build you up 10 years later. So if you guys are able to have conversations of, yo, chomi, wait, akina 200 rand in. Hi man, you know what I mean? Those small stupid, they sound stupid, but those are the small conversations that build you up to be an entrepreneur or whatever that you're supposed to be. You know, side hustles, whatever that you guys are doing. So at this point in time, what I do want to say to you guys is, stay true to yourself. Always remember where you come from. Because sometimes I think we forget where we come from. And that's why we sometimes stay in those places, stay in those positions. Constantly remain true to yourself, true to your abilities, true to your strength zone. And always, I think something that was mentioned earlier on is ask questions. Always ask questions. Don't be scared to ask questions. Because sometimes you find that in asking questions, you are minimizing the risk of making mistakes that somebody else has made. Thereby, you are shortening the time that it takes you to get to where they are. So yes, don't be scared to ask questions. And be, I wish to say be inquisitive in a sense of wanting to explore yourself. So try to figure out who you are. Try to figure out the different compartments and facets of you as an individual. What do you comprise of? Are you more of an intellect? Are you more of a sporty person? Are you more of a cultural person? Like, I know she's very much cultural. She's poetic, she's a speaker, jolly jolly, she's doing media, so she's very much cultural oriented. Are you a sporty person? If you are, play within those strengths. So find out who you are, find out what you really like. If you like, I don't know, food, beauty, develop that. Keep yourself preoccupied in those smaller activities. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, can we please get a round of applause for that? And a comment or question from this side while we prep.
Is it on? Okay. Yeah, my heart is pounding. Good morning, guys. So, in addition to what she said, along with the lady over there, I would like to say, sometimes as ladies, we need to get out of your comfort zone. Asuri, it's not about if your friend goes there, you just go there. Sometimes someone in here came along with their friend. They didn't know what to expect here, but they just came, and only to find it's very productive being here. So rather than just sitting and doing nothing, get out of your comfort zone. I mean, you have nothing to lose. And also, don't only limit yourself to having female friends. You are in varsity here, and I believe we are all here for a reason. We want a soft life, right? So I think in here, as we seated here as ladies, that's where you network. You might find someone who's in the same faculty as you, even if it's someone in a different department. You might find your friend is doing supply chain, someone is doing dental technology. Those are very two different faculties, but you might find in a company, let's say in the military, your friend sees a post, they're looking for a procurement specialist, they can share that with you. So with that said, I'd like to say, let's just network in here and, yeah. But my question is to, I'm sorry, I can't really pronounce the name. The lady in the middle, I would like to ask, you said something about don't just go knocking on doors. Of course, when we're done here at varsity, we want something, we want to succeed with our careers. So how do you go about breaking those doors? How do you kick the doors? Can you just give us something to take with your personal experience, how you did that? Thank you.
Wow, we've got clever girls here. It's quite inspiring, actually. And the answer is in what you said. During my time when I went to varsity, we didn't really have these. We also didn't have things such as your career fairs, those kind of things. Didn't happen. You were there to study and just get a qualification and get out, and that's it. So you guys, you are here. It's an opportune moment because there are engagements such as this. There's career fairs, there's things like that. And you said it. It's about networking and connecting. The more people you know, the more people you're connected to, you're able to say, hey, Shai, you know what? I'm finishing. Where are you working? What are you doing? And that sort of thing. I mean, it's already on this thing that I'm an HR executive. It's those things. When are you guys doing your internships, your graduate programs that you get to connect? So to connect, by the way, I'm very shy. But you step out of your comfort zone, you said it as well. Step out of your comfort zone to create those networks, to create connections. And if possible, find mentors that can be able to connect you and make sure that you don't rest until you get what you want. Poverty didn't give me an option. It didn't. I had to make sure that whatever I wanted happens. I have to make sure that I break that generational curse. And in continuing to break the generational curse, it's lifting as I rise, right? You don't break the generational curse just for you and your immediate family, but it's coming into this kind of engagements so that we do what? We lift as we rise. We were talking earlier on to say the glass ceiling. We can't break the glass ceiling if you're just alone. You need the power of Impokoto, other women as well. That's why when you're up there and you look around and you're the only one who looks like you're the only person that looks like you, that's not a badge of honor. That should worry you. It means that you need to create space so that we can break that glass ceiling. networking.
Another one, DJ Khaled.
Hello, my name is Dan, and my question is posed to all of you ladies. As we celebrated Women's Month in South Africa just a month ago, in your own words, what would you describe the essence of being a woman as in today's society?
From the right to the left, from the left to the right, from the middle to the left to the right. It's working.
I tried to run away from that one. Did you see? You ladies didn't give me a chance. I think if anything is to be celebrated, especially when it comes to being a woman, is our resilience. Sure, women are, is it tenacious? Am I pronouncing it correct? I've been practicing for a couple of hours now how to say the word tenacious. If there's anything worth celebrating, and I think I speak for myself and a lot of women that I know, is just how resilient women are. Women just don't quit. Ngathi nje asinayo nje le nto to give up siyalwa. Right? And I think I've seen it over and over again, and I say this with such great pride, actually. This week I was sick as a dog. I was sleeping flat out. I couldn't sit as I am now. I couldn't even speak. But I said, God, there are 400 women that are going to be gathered today. If we can find a chance, right? I'm going to sit home for a whole day so that I can get healed, so that I can have an opportunity to live my dream again for the last time, and maybe what I have to say will impact just one girl from the 400, and I'll be okay. And I say this because over and over again, I've had to see, experience, hear, and live tenaciously, not to give up, not to give, not to dispel. Ukuthi manje sengibhekene in a situation ethi la yega, right? So as a woman in South Africa, as we continue celebrating ourselves and other women, we need to celebrate the fact that we're not quitters.
You may. The question was posed to everyone. So.
And I think whilst there's a strong element around tenacity, it's also to say that let's not lose who we are. You know, in a academia space, or when you transition into business or transition into corporate, take yourself along. So what I will say as women in South Africa, we're accepting who we are. We're not going to change just to fit in. This is who I am, and this is me, and that's all you will get. And that's important, is to bring your whole self as you are without trying to change who you are to fit in the environment. So as women in South Africa, and having celebrated Women's Month and the whole hype around it, it's basically learning from the women that walked the journey before us, but also taking yourself, your true self, to any space that you occupy.
Yes. With the being a solid rock, being a Bogoto. Thanks. So thank you for that. So in my perspective, I feel in as much as Akere, and all these things, we mustn't forget our softness. Because for me, like going back to what I said at the beginning, was I had a particular view of what a woman is and what a woman should be. And I built in my head, also from, you know, these random movies that we watch of what successful women look like. They were bitches. I'm sorry for using the word. I know in your poem you were very soft, but you know, you have this picture, this is what a successful woman looks like. She's rigid, she's like a man. She's built like this, she says this, and she doesn't care, and she's harsh, and she's bitter, and that's how you get to the top. And that's how I built myself. I used to be like that. In varsity, I was like chairperson in some of these societies, and I was like, yeah. I got things done, but I ended up hurting people along the way. And I was removing myself from being what I was, a woman. And as I've grown, I've realized that, no, man, we've been made in a specific way, the way we are. And this is what we need in leadership now. The softness that you have, it's needed there. You still need to be firm. Like, you shouldn't have a banana back. You should still need to be firm and make your stance heard, but you cannot be walking around being tough. You weren't built like that. Now you're stepping out of your purpose, and you're trying to be someone you're not. And this is where a lot of us fumble, just in life in general. Never mind about, we're trying to step into spaces that were not meant for us. Then we see ourselves failing. And then we get into spats of depression. And then because somebody mentioned we're competing with one another for whatever reason. She looks a certain way, so now I'm gonna go and try to look a certain way. She got a big bum, so I'm gonna go and get myself a big bum. She's got blue eyes, now I'm gonna go get myself contact lens. There's nothing wrong with, beautifying yourself, whatever, but the moment it's at a matter of I'm competing with so-and-so, so the state of women in today's world, I feel, is we too, going back to that, competitive with one another, and then rebalidi PhDs, this is doctorate, rebalidi pull her down syndromes. Guys chill, in as much as they'll chill sitting, drinking, whatever they're drinking, they're chatting some progressiveness. Rona, if we sit down, we're chatting, we're gossiping about each other. That's like literally, I had a lot of male friends, more than females, only because of that reason. I could not stand the skinnering that would go on amongst the females. I would rather be libachit. I was very tomboyish. So we need to go back to the essence of who God created us to be as women. Be proud of that. And use that. As she said, as you progress in you're starting out as a student, you're going to go into the workplace, you're going to go start your business or your side hustle, whatever. Keep who you are. That's what is needed there. And that's because you're going to be like an odd one out, an outlier. That's what's going to make you there. That's how they're going to choose you and pick you out of all the other people, you being you. If you're going to go and apply for a scholarship to the other countries, they pick you because you're black, you're a woman. Do you know that? Do you know that? But Oxford, they're saying they're looking for black females. Because Hawaii, African females. Because they want diversity and inclusion. They actually need to do this because of policy. But you are trying not to be that person. So, as women, what we just need to do is be proud of who we are, be proud of where we come from also, because the world needs Africa. Oksala. Oksala. The world needs Africa. Magogo vaile, crowd nele itswa kae? Crowd nitswa Africa. Those economies are holding still because of us. Our phones have minerals from here. Phone. They are made that side, right? But the chips that they use, they are mined here. And this is why as females need to go in those industries. Your technology, your mining, ngenani lab. As some belief. Be proud of who you are, be proud of where you come from, and use that as your strength. Sure.
Hi, Njani. I don't know, is this on? It's on. Okay, so I'm Ntombazana. I have a question for you specifically because when you spoke, right, you specifically spoke about success, be a woman on top is finding your purpose, right? So for me, I'm very grateful for this opportunity because I'm a single mother, right? I was studying LLB at UNISA, which is law. So I was like, you know what, there's more opportunities for me out there, and I decided to do internal auditing, right? And what I did is, since I've been into UNT, I've discovered my purpose, right? What I've noticed as well. So since you also mentioned that you were a chair lady as well, because I'm also in politics, I do sports, I write, I do a whole lot of things, so I found my purpose. But what I've noticed is is there's not enough support structure in that essence as well. And I've personally been looking as well, because I have written a book, I've written a series, there's so many things I've done, content producing, that I still want to get out there, right? But especially as a woman in politics, as a young female, what I've noticed is that how do I voice out my voice where predominantly abantu besilisa, and uyabona ukuthi ena labantu besilisa abathatha abantu besifazane serious, and you are there not because of the position, but you're there because you see that there needs to be a change, and not just, and sometimes how do you then move that barrier from saying, I have to depend on labantu besilisa to make things happen? How do I make things happen on my, not specific on my own, but as a young female politician, ngiyenza kanjani imnyakazo, uzibona ukuthi ayibo kuyanyakazwa phela angidingi just le nhlobo labantu labathize ukuthi ena abantu basizeke, yabo. So that's my question, and how do you take that on forward, not just apply it in the university aspect, but also like outside of university? Because I personally see myself as in the presidency as well, as a female deputy president, you know. So, because there's not a lot of women who are into their purpose, because what happens is that abantu besilisa bacikela phansi, and I've experienced that personally, right? But what I did, I picked myself out, I prayed, I picked myself out, ngithi mina angeze ngivumele omunye umuntu ukuthi angehlise isithunzi. You know, so it's just those things. How do you navigate your way through that? How do you connect yourself? How do you find support structures? How do you bring forth abayaman besifazane? Because like one of you guys mentioned, I think it was the PG. You also need to groom someone behind you. But how do you groom someone behind you if no one is actually grooming you as a female politician in that aspect? Thank you.
Yay! As a young female. I'll go back to something she mentioned earlier on. So you're in a catch-22, situation. I'll say this, if you ask me on the side, I would give you a strategy, ne? And I wouldn't have invoiced you. But publicly, what I'll say is you need to understand that in the world that you're in, it's male-dominated, right? Which means that there are some women, others are friends, we know this. They're not doing it for passion, they're just there to fill a number. But what you also need to understand is that there has to be a male that makes room, there has to be a male that makes room for you because they're the only ones there. She quoted the term lift as you rise, and the guy who wrote this book, Professor Bonang Mohale, would most probably be one of those people who makes sure, because he's like the only person in certain spaces that's male dominated, he makes sure that he picks out females. So they're the ones that have to make space for us, unfortunately. And this is why sometimes I have a question when we have dialogues and there aren't men in the room to say, but you're the ones there, blocking. So if we're telling, it's like we're telling one another, I'm stuck here. There needs to be that person who can break or help us because they are there. They can say, no, man, in this company or in this space, why fail? Why in Jalo, every time who vote you are a male as a chair? Can we reassess this? Because it's them that are in those rooms. You are still on the outside looking in. And to get in, you need to have that a male. So you can't be too anti-male in your space, you wanting to be presidency, because you also need to see how South Africa's politics works. Unfortunately, we don't work like the American system, right, on how they get into rulership. Things might change where we have independent candidates, but you need to see how our South African political landscape is, how a person gets into presidency, and somehow you're going to have to strategize and maneuver your way through that. So that's the kind of thing that females need to learn, is strategy, like figuring out how do you, in that space that you need to be in, who can be that mentor. She mentioned the importance of mentor. You really can't get to wherever you need to be without mentors or people that will mention you in rooms that you're not in. So the networking element that we spoke about, people need to know who you are, what you do when you do that. And you also need to have an element of emotional intelligence, I think, in it. That's why you need to have that strategy of, you're in a space where it's political. Who are the people that are governing that in that space? How do you make your way in there? So that's, is there any part of the question that I might need to add on to while I'm thinking? You're covered. To be honest with you, for me, I've relied a lot on social media. LinkedIn, you guys, that's your best friend right now. As a university student, just Google people, like Google top mang in the industry. You'll find people. Some of them, they're nice enough when you inbox them or send them an email or you talk to their PA. Like, I think I've been graced by God in that space of being able to randomly email Sylvester Chauke and say, hi, da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da, and then be able to hook up a coffee with them, and then we'd just have a chat, and whatever they say, I would be able to use that and go with it. So, LinkedIn, research your spaces. Research. You guys have internet. Facebook. Like, yeah, she mentioned decreasing the social media thing. If you do use it as a tool, as a research tool, to find out who are the people in those spaces, who can I talk to? If Moto udula ko Mpumalanga, if I live in Mpumalanga, if Kidula ko Polokwane, who's there? Who can I quickly, have a chat with? It doesn't have to be physical, online, Zoom, luckily. So research your spaces that you want to go into, and sometimes take a shot and send a random email. Yeah.
Can I just add something to that? I'm not in politics in any way or form or shape. As I said, I'm in the human capital space. We all know it's not a revenue generating stream. You tend to be overlooked in most organizations. You're sitting in the boardroom where decisions are made. It's almost like you don't have much to say because you're not making money, Muswena, for this organization. The trick that I adopted was actually finding myself getting to know the business better. So instead of selling an HR thing, I sell it indirectly through what will attract them and basically talk about the benefits from a business. What is the value in doing this? And start talking their language. But also that LinkedIn connection. Sometimes the connections that you get, the break that you're going to get in life is not from people that you know. And most of the time, it's that stranger. And like I said earlier on, kick, knock, push every door. Don't limit it only to people that you know. On LinkedIn, see people that you think could be able to assist you to step into where you want to. Inbox them. Not all of them will respond, but one might, and that could be a big breakthrough.
During our discussion, social media was brought into the conversation. Yeah, social media was brought into the conversation. So we can't leave the Facebook audience out of the conversation. I noted one more hand from Charmaine Gobedi. I'm that kid. I know everyone can number play, so excuse. Yeah. So while the mic goes to her, I'll ask the question from Skylar Gray. The question is posed to Ms. Shaila Shai. How do you battle sarcasm from close people and just do what you want to do without feeling bad about it?
Call it out. Call it, hey, do not allow anyone to walk. Where's my other speaker somewhere there? My fellow speaker. If someone behaves in a certain way around you and you don't like it, call it out. Call it out and tell them that you are not going to talk to me like that. I don't appreciate it. We're going to have a civil conversation. You're not going to be sarcastic. I don't like it and I don't appreciate it and you're not going to do it again. Call it out.
Has the mic gotten to the person who needs it at the moment? There's another question, by the way. So can the mic just go that side? In the front, yes. Just please raise your hand. Yeah. Another question from Skylar Gray. To be a young woman on top, how do I change direction if I realize I've been heading the wrong way all along? So the question is for Molapo Riabetsui.
How do you reroute? How do you change? I've had my own fair share of having to reroute. I was a student at the University of Cape Town, had this dream of becoming a chartered accountant Because of, like I said, those movies make you look like, hey, pencils, and that's what success looks like, right? I wanted to work in a specific, one of the top 4 companies, KPMG, Ernst & Young, you know the work. I wanted to work there. Majority of my friends work there now, and I didn't fit in. Like, I had a session with my accounting lecturer. Like, I told her, Carla, this thing is killing me. The books aren't balancing. And in that conversation, she didn't know me. I mean, you know, sometimes like we're like this, and they don't know our faces, they don't know our names. And she looked at me, she's like, when you walked into my office, I just could see that this is not for you. You're like a BA student. Humanities. I took that as a diss, as a low blow. But when I went home, I kind of I went home and you know, when you, like I said, find yourself, analyze yourself. And I realized I'm a human developer. I love people. I love developing people. So that was when, like, I got that epiphany of, and then I had to reroute. But my journey of rerouting took like 10 years, Vazalan. Long walk to freedom. Because it's a mental thing. You grow up having a particular mindset of wherever you come from. So you grow up thinking this is the way, this is the truth and the light. And then you get to life, such an institution, and you realize, guys, life is not black and white. There's so much gray in between. There's so much that can be explored. Money just doesn't only come from commerce, or success doesn't only come from, you know what I mean? And so you realize, hi man, let me just figure this person out and figure who I am and what I'm about. And that's what happened. And I was like, me, I like my people. I like developing my people. And when I dropped out, I went straight back home to Polokwane. I started going to schools and villages, schools in the villages and the townships. I loved being in that space. Somebody looks at my profile and they just think she's just business. No. My business is linked to people and in building and impacting people. So it's a journey that, who sent that on the Facebook?
Skylar Gray.
Skylar Gray. It's a journey that you need to, that you're in, that you need to be in, but you need to be, somebody said, intentional about it. Yeah. It's not just rerouting from admin to human resources. It's not just marketing to whatever. It's you, the person, because it's the problem is we have defined ourselves to our careers also. And we're not our careers. Because there will be some careers that will be obsolete. Even some of the things that we're studying today, they won't be working in the next 5 years. So if you attach too much of your value or of your worth to a degree or to a career, hence link it to purpose. So when you're in a specific purpose, whether you're in a different industry or in a different career or whatever, the purpose still is the golden thread. Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As far as you know, you don't know me, my name is Manamela Senziwe. I'm from Pretoria Campus. I'm here to present a poem for you. This poem is about what I went through when I didn't find a space. Hushed. I remember when days were young and so blind, knowing dreams come true. I remember when I would play with toys, so sure that life is no battlefield. I remember how real the love and peace were, not knowing life isn't so pure. I remember when I symbolized silence with peace, not knowing I can be wild. The rambling of ideas in my head and have begun to scare me as they are normal. I have seen myself working backwards when I was better at nothing. I have seen my progress disperse, slowly pushing me off the cliff. I have seen myself getting downgraded, showing I don't matter in life. One era erased all my effort, and I'm nowhere near my hard work. Drawn so deep in the mud, and no one tried bailing me out from the dark. While people were dreaming of better, I fear age is taking me for an empty future. While people were grading up, my achievements are stripped off the leaderboard. Everyone reaped what they sow, but for me, the worst is given out of nature. The struggle is so loud, and still no one cares, as it's survival of the fittest. I'm slowly breaking down, being eaten by my own fails and getting stabbed by my past. Now I know it doesn't matter how colorless it was. Karma is silent piercer. They say it doesn't matter how long it takes. They forgot time waits for no man. I wrote this poem when I couldn't get to school. I wrote it because I was struggling inside. To everyone who feels like you are failing today, just know that you can stand up by writing down everything you want to achieve. You can be yourself and you can get whatever you want to get. Thank you so much.
So because of time, we're going to take in one more question, and it is from the lady on the side. Can you please stand and just ask the question? Thank you.
Hi, guys. I'm no longer comfortable, but then, okay. My question is, how do you deal with rejection and how do you bounce back from rejection? Because I, for one, am the person who, if I come across a rejection, I break down, I can't bounce back. So, how do you deal with it and how do you bounce back? Thank you.
Okay, I love the question of rejection because Giboso ka rejection. I sell houses as well. I'm a real estate agent. And so there's what we call cold calling, where you have to call potential clients to ask them if you could, perhaps help them sell their house or something like this. So I sell a lot. And one of the things that I learned at a very young age, I used to be those Jehovah's Witness people that knock at people's houses and you remember how you used to close the door on them? I used to be a missionary from a very young age, so I used to be like those people. So when it comes to rejection, it's hard, because it fuels me. The more, and it's probably psychotic. The more you say no, the more I'm let me go for more type of thing. But the truth is, when it comes to rejection, what's your name, madam? Shemaine. You cannot take it personal. It's not that you are being rejected. Maybe the service, maybe the timing, and also people have their own issues. You really can't take on everything. Not everything is about you. And usually people that often feel rejected a lot of times or get offended, it's because they personalize everything. They think everything is about them. It's a little self-centered, if I may say. But if you reject personalizing everything and making everything about you and thinking it's you against the world, it really isn't, sweetheart. We are all fighting here. So maybe you might come to me, and maybe I even need the service that you're offering, but I say no. I remember the other day I was with my mom at Home Affairs. So we were just done doing her marriage certificate or something. I'm late for all my meetings. This girl has kept me at Home Affairs all day. And this man comes and he says he's offering a service of lamentation. Yeah. Am I saying it correct? The plastic thing. Yeah. He's offering laminating. There we go. He's offering that service of laminating the certificates. Right? My mom is like, not that we didn't need the service. I was just going through my own thing. I must go now. I've been at Home Affairs all morning. Why, but now I have to go and be humble again and say, oh, Papa, go service how. So when it comes to rejection, you really, really should never, ever take it personal. Why? Because most of the time people are going through their own things or thinking about their own things, or they don't need the service at that time. Please never ever take rejection personally.
Thank you for that. Here is a comment from Khau Mamecha. She wants to add on to something that was said by Ms. Reabetwe. Sometimes we remain stuck in life because people around us downgrade our dreams and shut us out. We are often scared of our light. We are often scared our light shines bright because of what people say. A short message to the girls is that you playing small does not serve the world. Shine, Ntombazana, shine brighter than the morning. I would like to have 5 seconds. 5 seconds from each speaker as a closing remark. It's okay to answer this question as well. What is the importance of failure as a woman, as a businesswoman? And Somar, we close it, and then we go to the breakaway sessions. Yeah.
So, all right. So I was watching a clip, if it wasn't yesterday, it was the day before, of someone speaking about the difference between failure and success. And they said that we have a tendency of thinking that failure is the opposite of success, and yet failure is part of success. Also, maybe adding it on to rejection. Rejection is part of success. Sometimes rejection is like a compass. Because you think you're supposed to be in a specific area or specific space, and so you apply for a job, then you get a rejection. These days, like, the regrets, not the great regrets. HR. So you think that, every time I apply, I must just get this job, I must just get it now here. Sometimes that rejection, sometimes that failure is like a compass that is helping you. Or, no, you're not supposed to go to government. I want you in private. Or I don't want you in private. I want to go to government. Or I want you to go to the Eastern Cape. We're not busy. I want you. So sometimes it's how we perceive things and how we perceive life, how we perceive failure. It should be, like she said, a fuel. It should ignite. It's painful. That I won't lie. We're not going to lie here and sugarcoat and say that it was nice when I got rejected when I applied to a certain school. I'm not going to say that it was nice when I applied for a certain job and I didn't get a response. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that I felt comfortable when I applied, when I sent in a proposal and I didn't get a response. I'm not going to lie. It felt painful. And you need to not ignore that pain, but then don't wallow too much in it. Because sometimes we block it out. It got better 10 years later. Like those people who they don't get angry and they bottle things up and then they explode. If you do that, yeah. So when you experience those rejections, like, do cry, do go through, do vent, do have people that you talk to vent it out, but don't now look at it as, like she said, it's you, or you're not the whatever. Whatever that's happening could be it helping you conspire to where you need to be. So in terms of going back to failure, it's perception, how you look at it. If you look at it as failure means, I am handicapped in a specific area or whatever, therefore I get khoni. It might not be the case. Failure could be, I'm helping you lead towards a certain space. So if I say I want to become SRC in TUT, and then I don't become SRC in TUT, does that mean I failed? Maybe it's a reroute. Maybe I need to look at something else. So it just has to do, everything is perspective, guys. The glass is either half full, half empty, or just about to get empty, or like you check where you are. So yeah, that's my view.
I believe that failure, it's a way of helping me build my brand. You're a brand, your purpose. And if I fail, I learn something from it. So in your journey, you will definitely fail. It's painful. She said it, I'm not going to repeat it. But you need to build that tenacious muscle to be able to pick yourself up. I mentioned earlier on the importance of finding a mentor, someone that can be able to coach you in the journey. But you are a brand and you've got it in you. I said it earlier on, you are enough and you can do it.
I think we've been brought up to fear or to hate failure, that we beshaywa angazi ngani, but thina masikhula mangabe ufaile at something bebakushaya, right? But masesikhula sibukela ama motivational speaker nabelungu siyabona ukuthi laba they're allowed to fail. It's like a thing, right? Because then we learn now that you learn how to do it in another way, perhaps. Or that maybe you weren't meant to do this specific thing. Like she said, that failure is a campus, right? Redirects you or reroutes you or shows you other ways to go as opposed to doing it in a specific way. I would say when it comes to failure, fail forward. Have as many opportunities as you can to fail until uzowuyithole ize ibe right, or until wena uzithole, because sometimes it's not necessarily that you have to find it, that thing that you're trying to get, but rather yourself. Khona la uzobona khona ukuthi mara le seyami le uyayibona, because ngiyayibhayiza ne, but sometimes eyakho vele, but it needs you to be tenacious, right, to keep going. So failure is not such a bad thing. After all, I know for some of you that are like me, that grew up getting a beating for failing, into zakudala lezo, don't beat yourself up, just reroute or fail forward, okay?
One thing that was said by Michelle Kaiser is that she feels like failure prepares you for your purpose. And all I'm saying to you guys is, besides failure, just have self-love. Self-love is the best love, ne? Yeah, self-love is the best love, and I've been your campus host. I'm Khalang Aisha Ramatina with the Spoken Word Approach. Thank you for having me.
Stand up, ladies. Stand up, ladies. You've been sitting for a long time. My love. My love. You smell some sassy wangu we sweet ati malawi we osebesa mile baningi bete sohlukana botalenta yenzeki obathu bebungi disile ngathi abazokuthi mina ngisemathandweni wo indizamjini. Thank you DJ. Thank you DJ. Sanibonani, Tenacious women. Ninjani, Dumelang, Lijuang, bon dia, bonjour. Hi, guys, y'all must be multilingual, yabo? When you go to other places, yabo? My name is Jabulile Judith Ngomane. I am from Bombela. Can I see my fellow Bombelians? Love the spirit, love the spirit. I'm going to be the facilitator for the next session. So let's just cruise nicely. We have ourselves a guest artist. She's called Ungelosi. Yazi bengafuna ukupreacha namhlanje but mangithi ngiyabheka. Ngibona abo Exodus 1 ngapha. Hey, ngapha kunengilosi. The next thing yobe ngintshela indaba zenu sengiprophesy ngithi wena sisi 190 bani iza la. But sofika lapho. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up and welcome Ngelosi. You can keep clapping, she's still not here. Doesn't she look like a real angel?
Sanbonani! Sanbonani! Ungelosi lo intombi emhlophe, ingelosi yokuphila, ingelosi yomhlaba, ingelosi engena imbiki, intombi yomshazi. Is everyone having a wonderful time? Is everyone having a wonderful time? I survived racism. I survived sexism. I survived poverty. I survived sexual assault. I survived unemployment. I survived an illness. I survived rejection. Statistically speaking, I'm not supposed to be here. Statistically speaking, you are not supposed to be here. Because out of all the things that I mentioned, if you haven't experienced one, if not two, if not most, or not all, then you're not supposed to be here, statistically speaking. So the song that I'm about to perform is titled Ibambelela. I hope you guys are gonna enjoy it. And I have a small nyana story, ne, ngale guys. I was still at Res, I think I wrote it somewhere in 2017. And nazi pressure yencwadi, ne, so I needed a break. So I went outside, bengihlale Polonaise. And then Polonaise and Mignonette, they are like, they share. I don't know how they share a building, but somehow they do share it. So as I was sitting there, I'm listening. And Mignonette, Umamuspe, Nereziak, they were singing. And while they were singing, I cling on to this wonderful memory that inspired. I mean, what's this? This harmony, the melody that inspired the song that I'm about to perform. So, I'm sure they're gonna remember it, ne? So if you do remember, on the parts that you do remember, please sing along, ne? DJ. Is everyone having a wonderful time? Zinyawo kunzima mfana ubambi mesengopili amehla balwe yinkungu sifuba sile inhlungu uphethwe ikhanda hlula lawo mehlo konke kuzolunga mama impilo ngeke ihlale ihamba ngeyakho indlela. Samfana khali dwenga pheli hlezu dliwa isibhaqo yaphuma tholi nosizo khuleka mama sula lawo mehlo konke kuzolunga mama impila ngeke ihlale ihamba ngeyakho indlela uma kuleso simo hamba uyobonila impilo ngqondo zokuvelela kusasa. guys so much. Is everyone still having a wonderful time? The one I'm gonna perform now is titled Tamsanga. I hope you guys are gonna enjoy it. Hey, hey. Chesa. Somebody that you love, get up for this song. Dance for that person that you love. Jesus. And I know you wake up with a smile. You know it's real. We beat the tough and we understand. You don't wake up feeling the love every day. It's a choice you simply gotta make. And I'm pretty clear, it's for the day. It's a choice you simply gotta make. And I'm pretty clear, it's for the day. Banjutini, ulti. Hey. Angnizwa. Hey. Ngabuyabona, ngabuyeba, ngabuyabona. Ngiya, ngabuyabona, ngabuyeba, ngabuyabona. Chesa. Is everyone still having a wonderful time? Ngabuyabona. 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 Thank you guys so much.
A round of applause for Ingelosi. She looks like an angel, doesn't she? She does. Angel, you look like an angel, my darling. No wonder your parents named you Angel. I guess they just gave you one look and they were like, hey, this one. This one. Okay, so we are moving on. Did you guys enjoy that? But y'all didn't stand up. She had to ask you to stand up. This is your event. Ne? You must have fun. When there's music, you must stand up and dance. Ne? I mean, you could have been anywhere in the country, but you decided to be here. Ne? So have fun. Make the most of it. Are we in agreement that you're going to make the most of it? Can I get a loud scream? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So this is not in the brief that I got, ne? If I get fired for this one, so one plan ukuthi ngiqashwa ubani, ne? Bathi Solomon uzongiqasha. Okay, so I was reading a profile kaMamzaza, ne? uMamzanele Mbokazi. She looks like an angel naye. Nimbonile mara. Ntombona ngawari. I got the privilege of seeing her before you. She looks like an angel. Like Mambokazi. Yazi ungangizalisa noma ngabe yini. Noma ngabe yini ngingayizala yazi. When you look like this, noma ngabe yini ngingayizala, I do not mind. So as I was reading her profile, I'm about to introduce her. I was reminded of a scripture. Don't get bored. Follow, okay? Come with me now, ne? I'm reminded of a scripture that is found in the book of Exodus 1 from verse 17. I'm just going to tell you about it. You'll go and read it in detail, ne? So Pharaoh is intimidated by the Egyptians, you know, by the Israelites, sorry, and you represent that as a black person, you know why I say that, right? So he's intimidated by them and he says, kill all the male kids as soon as you give birth. And why am I talking about this? I'm about to introduce a midwife. So don't get lost, ne? So Umambogazi reminds me of those midwives who said they are not going to kill because she's here to ensure that whatever it is that you have, no matter how many times you've been rejected, she's going to ensure that that dream comes alive. So when I just read her profile and knowing her, she's been to Mbombela, we've seen her a couple of times, I was just reminded of that scripture that she's the embodiment of those midwives. Could we please give her a round of applause? And I hope that is going to make her save in something that was not in her notes. Ne? I just hope I've triggered something somewhere there. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to introduce the lovely, the beautiful Ms. Zanele Mbogazi. She was born in Mariannhill. She finished her matric at St. Francis College. She did BA and she majored in politics and history at the University of Natal, which we now know as UKZN. They just changed the name of the university. She also obtained her BA honors in media and communications. She also did her MBA via Mel Park University. She started working at Unilever as a marketing manager for brands like Sunlight, Vonolia, Dove, and Lifebuoy. She then moved to Ukozi FM as the first young girl to do an afternoon drive and a youth talk show. At the same time, she started working at the SABC TV, doing a program called Gospel Gold. She also did her own TV talk show called Kwezela on SABC 1. In 2001, she started her own company called Mira and Events, managing big international events. She is well known for the biggest gospel music awards in Africa, the Crown Gospel Music Awards. From 2008, she qualified as a coach and a professional speaker and a patron for Future Leaders Youth Organization with a flagship program called Kagaza Girl. Somebody say Kagaza Girl. If you don't know what Kagaza Girl means, look at your program. Okay, ngesin bakwethu ngimswati. Nimzwile upresident wena ngithi she was born in Kandla. She's like cha 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 cha. Yes, that chagaza girl. I'm sorry, I'm Swati if I'm butchering it. Ningcolele. No, it's just the tongue I'll try langa. She has coached thousands of people in personal development and relationships, and this she has done with her husband, Bishop Mpendulo Nkambule. And recently she has introduced a new coaching program on money and God, helping Christians to understand money and strategies to create wealth. She is an author of 4 books. This Battle is Not Yours is her first book. Push, You Are Closer Than You Think is her second book. The third one is Before the Vows. And the fourth one has to be my favorite, Dear Daughter. In October, she's launching her first book in Money and God series. And when she is asked how she does it all, she says this, Inkane ngwele. Inkane ngwele. So ladies and gentlemen, here she is, a life, relationships, and wealth coach for anyone who needs a turnaround in life, the midwife of dreams. The very, very, very best, Zanele Mbogazi. Give her a standing ovation, ladies and gentlemen, because your life is not going to be the same.
Just the way the story goes. You always smile, but in your eyes. Can I please have the stuff? Oh, thank you. Uban Kamala.
Angel.
Angel wants to die. She is so scared.
Angel, from where?
Limpopo. Angel, you've just made yourself so famous. Clap for Angel, guys. One more big round of applause for Angel. Thank you, Angel. And you're going to be in the pictures. Ladies, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. How are you, girls? Maybe let me change it. Let me just say, how are you, tenacious girls? Strong, tenacious, courageous, beautiful. Are you beautiful? Are you strong? Are you tenacious? Do you know who you are? Wonderful. You know what? There was this song. It's a very old song. I don't know if you guys know it because in Mangane. But it was by Naima K. Do you know Naima K? Ngifuna ukuhlakanipha. Ngifuna nokumelela ebesungipha nenhloni. All right, we're going to sing it like we mean it now. And it's oshaya izandla kanje. Qala. Woza. Woza. Let's go. Ngifuna ukuhlakanipha. Uvula ingqondo yami. Ngicela nokuphumelela ebesungipha nenhloni. Who means that? Who believes in that? Excellent. As you're still standing, I want to greet the leadership here. Dr. Klaba, I don't know where he is, but I want to salute Dr. Klaba and his team. And I want to greet the president, Ntombazana eyasenkandla. Nazog. All the leadership that is here, my fellow speakers, thank you so much for being here. Before you sit down, because I'm here to talk to tenacious girls. And we're saying we are normalizing the language, the lingo. That really we are successful. Women on. Women on. Now, I created this so I may not get this chance to do it with you again. So I want my entire talk is going to be around one day. Now I want you to say it with me. One day. One day. Come on, I want you to say it like you mean it. One day. Say, one day I will be successful. One day I will be wealthy. One day I will leave an amazing legacy. One day my family will be proud of me. One day the world will stop and listen to me. Do you just believe what you've just said? Clap your hands and sit down. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here today. I haven't been here in a very long time. It's always a pleasure coming to talk to young people, especially girls. Ngiyawathanda amantombazana. Sanibona amantombazana? Ninjani amantombazana? Nazo-ke. Right. This thing is saying. Excellent. All right. Thank you so much for having me here today. I have been introduced. My name is Zanele Mbogazi. Not this one. My name is Zanele Mbogazi. NgingowaseThekwini, KZN. Anyone from Durban here? Ngiphuza umhlathuzana. Ngwaka Mbogazi kaDonda kaMbuyazi kaThekeni ongathekeli kaNdlwana othekela kaMamkhulu ongasenhle nokudla okuningi. Kanti futhi mawufuna ukungwelisa ungise ngale ngizokutshela ukuthi ngila ngikhona because I'm a child of God. Unginguye onguye usonini nanini uJehova ongahluleki. Yeah. So ungangifaka noma ikuphi siyafitha thina. Siyafitha thina singena noma ikuphi singene kwenzeke. Amen. Amen. I am an author of a book, Dear Daughter. And I've got about 3 copies only, and I'm going to give them away when I finish. So you better listen. You better listen today. I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to try and squeeze everything into the time frame that I've been given. But whenever I get an opportunity to speak to young girls, at some point, I was just like you. At some point, I was young, I was 17, and I started university. I didn't know whether I was coming or going. I was scared. University was, wow. New life, new everything. Saskates pool pasfisuge university, but I didn't know what life was going to be like at university. And today, I am doing what I'm doing because I wish there was somebody who came to me when I was your age. I wish somebody came to talk to me to do exactly what I'm doing with you today. Nobody did. Nobody guided us. Nobody told us what is this thing called life. Nobody told me that mangkhula kuzoba khona ama hormones ashintshayo ngithi mangibuka lo yamfana kuthi grrr. I didn't know. Uma ngangizothi mangithi ngiyamtshela athi ukhohlakele wena. I didn't know ukuthi ngizoba ne crush and I can't tell anyone and it's my crush, it's my thing. Come on girls, you know what I'm talking about. I didn't know that I was going to grow up given a crush. Ngisima this boy kube khona into. And then I have to lie. Athi umngani wami, I see you. You have a crush on this boy. No, I don't. Come on, I don't. You know, I didn't know those things were happening, were going to happen. And I didn't know it was natural. I thought something was wrong with me. I didn't know ukuthi ngizokhula ngihambe ekhaya ngiqale ngibona abanye abantu abaphila ngenye indlela and people who are coming from different families who were thinking differently, who had other ideas. I didn't know. And nobody had prepared us for this. So whenever I come to young girls, I always start by sharing a little bit about me. Because when we speak and tell you where we are and what we are doing and how successful we are, you sitting there and you're saying, bayakhuluma nje ngoba bona ba right. Unless you know who we are and where we come from. So whenever I come to you before, I share on being tenacious and how you can get there and change your life. Let me tell you a little bit about me. Let me tell you a little bit about Zanele. Who am I? And what made me to be the Zanele that I am today. Is that okay? Is that all right? All right. I grew up in Marenhill. Somebody has already said that. Marenhill is outside Pinetown in Durban, but mina kahle kahle ekhaya kaSlami kaNdengezi naseDasenhoek Thornwood. I grew up in a family that was it was a humble family. We didn't have much at home. My parents had not studied, abafundanga abazali. So it was almost a typical household kunzima growing up. And I realized from a very young age that if I wanted to succeed, nobody was going to do it for me. I hope you're already taking notes. I realized that nobody was going to think for me and nobody was going to do it for me. I was young. I was too ambitious. I used to look around my circumstances, look around at home, look around the situation, and I would say deep down, there must be more to life. There must be more than this to life. I didn't have role models in my area that I could look up to at that time. But I used to say deep down, there must be more. There must be something better that I can attain. It can't end like this. There were times when we grew up, fortunately there was always food, but it wasn't the food oyijabulelayo. Namhlanje kunokudla mangithi angithi angikudli ngithi angikukhulumisi. Ngisho ngalibeka la iklabishi ulihlobise ulifake ini ngengilidle because ngalidla noma ngingasalifuni when I was growing up. Iqanda noma unganginika lona ulenze ulihlobise ulibeke kanjani angilifuni angilikhulumisi because when I was growing up lalikweletisa kamakhelwane and I had iqanda even when I didn't want it. So those things, amasi, I will not eat amasi even if you put Nesquik or something or cherry on top. I will not eat them because when I was growing up, that was all I had. But I then had to develop a philosophy to cope. I looked around and I looked at my mother who was working as a messenger in Pinetown. She had a pattern, go to work wearing her blue overall, and she was sickly, but could not stay at home because she had to look after us. Akusahambeki, but she's being sent to the shop, sent to the post office. I would look at her walking like this. Walking like this. She has to go and buy bread for the boss and bring it back. I developed a philosophy in order to cope. And I called my philosophy one day. Say it with me. One day. I built this philosophy to encourage myself. I built this philosophy in order for me to be sane and to cope and to deal with my situation. And namhlanje, as I'm here, I'm coming here to give you this philosophy as a gift. It worked for me for years as a teenager when I was only about 14 years old until I finished university. Every day, every hour when things were difficult, I would simply say, one day. One day. There were days when we'll go with my mother, go shopping. And my mom, because she wasn't earning much, she would take a little basket, and start buying a coffee this size, the sugar this size. She will take that and I would be following my mom with a calculator. Why? Because I want to make sure that I'm adding up everything so that we don't get embarrassed when we get to the till. I would be following mom. Somebody here understands what I'm talking about. You know, I'll be following her, calculating, and then I will look around and see other kids with their parents, pushing trolleys, maybe 2, and they're just taking anything and everything, cornflakes, Nesquik, pasta, anything and everything, and they were not looking at the price. They didn't have to. They were pushing a trolley 2 or 3, and they will get to the till and they will just swipe the card and go. And there I was with mom, and I will be calculating until we get to the till. I would look at them pushing those trolleys, and I will smile. Hard as it was, I will then say, one day, I will go to any shop and I will buy whatever I want. I will go to any shop and I will not have to look at the price. I will do it one day. There was a library in Pinetown. My sister and myself, we will go first look around and see who was watching us. And then we go to a shop next to the library. Lucy's, it was written. An old white woman. She used to sell second-hand clothes. And we will go there with my sister, sibheke, sivundulule, and get clothes. And go home and wash them again until perfume yomlungu esingamazi waphesheya iphume. Iron them and put them on. And at varsity, other girls had brands. Had brands and jean brands. And I would be wearing second-hand clothes that I didn't know where they came from. Whether from Australia or the US, I would put them on. And I would say, it's a matter of time, Zanele. One day, you will go to any shop. You will call any designer. Guys, when you see me on the night of the crowns wearing those big ball gowns, it's payback time. Bear with me. Payback time. When you see me wearing designer clothes, it's payback time. It is my one day. I used to do that. I grew up, then I went to university. But I started the leadership skills. They started in university. Don't just sit here and be normal and be average. I was a house press. I stayed UKZN, John Bewes. I was the house president in John Bewes. I was chair of this committee, chair of that committee, building my skills. I was one of those boring girls who was always studying. Others are going on Friday. It's a party there, it's a party there. And there I was with my books to the library. Why? When my friends said, we are Bora, I would not tell them. But deep down, I was writing a book. And I was saying, you go and party, girls. For me, one day, I will take a flight to Ibiza or New York and party a storm. And nobody will ask me. But for now, I'm gonna study like I'm crazy. Is there somebody who understands me in this house? Girls, I am saying to you, peer pressure will take you nowhere. Lalela, some of us, where we come from and where you are and where we are today, it's because we were able to take the pressures and we were able to delay self-gratification because we knew exactly what we wanted. But I knew what I wanted. I know exactly what I wanted. So when you see me today, just know that it was a one-day philosophy. I want to end by this one before I come to you. When I started the Crowns, or maybe before that, I then went to Ukhozi FM. I became the first girl to do the drive show, 3 to 6 p.m. Zanele Nomgengana. I loved it. I loved what I was doing. I wanted to be a radio presenter with everything I had. And when I got an opportunity to work on Ukhozi FM, the biggest radio station in the Southern Hemisphere, it was a dream come true. But I was so prepared. Because I knew I wanted to get there. I prepared myself almost for 3 years, saying one day ngizoba kuKhozi. One day ngizosakaza. One day, and I would sagaza at home washing the dishes. Uzanele lo khulumayo ngelinye ilanga tata ngikhuluma ngedwa. But uyahlanya lo. But uyahlanya lo. Even family, but uyasayasangana lo. But I knew that one day I will. When I got accepted after doing my honors in media and communications, I went to Ukhozi FM, but for 3 months, I was not given an opportunity to sagaza, to be a radio presenter, to speak. But I would go to the studio every day accompanying the greatest radio presenter, Kansas City. I would go to the studio and sit and watch him until one day he didn't show up. He didn't show up. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He wasn't there. Ngafagi indaba. News. Shoo. They read the news. They left. Ngafaga a song. 5 past. He didn't show up. Another song. 10 past. He wasn't there. 3:15. He didn't come. Then I got a call from management and they asked me what's going on in the studio. Why are we only having music? I said, but Kansas City is not here. And the voice said, but you are a radio presenter. Umsakaz, uthuleleni. Ngathi angikaze ngisakaze. Wathi lalela, we cannot have a jukebox there. You better start ukusakaza now. Ngathi washa tu. Ngathi this is my one day. This is my one day. Lalela, the audiences at home, they thought it was the first time. For them, it was the first time. But for me, I had been preparing myself for this moment for a very, very long time. So when I eventually got that moment, I was going to give it my very best. I still remember. It was about 20 years ago, but I remember vividly that I said to myself, girl, this is your one day. When I pressed that button, ngathi sikhathi njengamanje imzuzu yamashumi amabili nanhlanu emva kwehora lesithathu umazethethu uzanele kambokanzi lokhulumayo lalela zathi incingo, everybody was calling etubani lo who is new and this good. I wasn't new. I was new to them. But I have been preparing myself from behind the scenes. If I was to give you an opportunity now, are you ready? If I was to give you an opportunity now, are you ready to grab that opportunity? Now, girls, let me tell you, we're talking about normalizing women on top. We're talking about tenacious women. Tenacity for me, I did not buy it. It was not served on a silver plate. Ngaibamba, ngaidonsa, kunzima. I grabbed it. Ngati, I don't have a choice but to be strong. I don't have a choice but to be tenacious. I don't have a choice but to succeed because my family is depending on me. My family is investing everything they have on me. Even laba bangangithembi nabangangifuni kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi kusasa bazosizakala ngami. When I started the Crowns, I remember the Crown Gospel Music Awards. I had a vision that I wanted to do this for the continent. I drove all the way from Durban. I was young. It's now 17 years ago. I drove from Durban to Joburg to a company called RISA, Recording Industry South Africa, because Ibona baphethe music. I got there, I thought it was the right thing to do, to go and tell them, I'm starting something in music. I got there, 2 white gentlemen, very old, in the office. They looked at me and they started laughing. Not laughing, mocking me. Banghleka, bang reducer to nothing. 2 of them, walk around the office smoking. But you girl, you're gonna start awards. You know what I'm talking about. Because in eThekwini, so they assumed I'm from Umlazi. And they said, you're gonna do it in your backyard, in Umlazi. 1 category, gospel, you're gonna do awards. They mocked, they laughed. Ngakhala. I broke down in front of them. I cried. Ngaphuma. I went to the car. I was sobbing, I was crying, I was hysterical. Then something so strong inside me leaped. Something here, a voice said, Zanele, what are you doing? Why are you crying? Don't you remember whose you are? Listen, you're going to go back there, wipe those tears, and tell those men that you're going to do this with or without them. Ngezwa kubuya amandla amasha. Kwakhona lento engiyishilo mangithi mabe ngibuza ukuthi ngiyenza kanjani, everything that I do ngithi inkani engcwele. Yavuka inkani engcwele. Ngawalk back with a spring in my shoe. Ngawalk back to the room. Ngangena ngathi, excuse me gentlemen. I thought I just wanted to come and tell you, thank you so much for mocking my idea. But I want to tell you, and you better look at me and look at this young girl. Remember, I was very young at the time. Look at me and register this. Listen, I'm gonna do the Crown Gospel Music Awards with or without your support. And they are going to be successful. And I pray to the mighty God that one day when I celebrate 10 years, He will keep you and you will not die, so that I will come and invite you to see what God is about to do. I am not going to be just successful in South Africa, but they will be successful in the continent as a whole. And guess what? It is 2022. On the 27th of November this year, I will not be celebrating 5, not 10, not 11, not 12, but 15 years of the Crown Gospel Music Awards. And those men, on the 27th of November, wherever they are, they're going to be forced to, when they switch on their television, I will be live on SABC2. Bayathanda bathandi ngeke bangicishe bazangibona. The same person, abathi you will not succeed, abathi uyahlanya. I'm sharing this with you so that you understand. When we talk about tenacity, when you talk about being tenacious, you have to grab it. Akekho zokunika. Lenkane ngcwele ifake kuleli phakethe leli la. Okuthi masekonakela bese uyayidonsa. Bese uthi not me. I am going to succeed no matter what, no matter who says what. I want you, as you go, as you start this new journey, because today we're here to change your story. We want you to change your story and start re-believing that you are able to do anything that you want to do. And you can. You can. I don't care who has said what to you, but I can tell you now that you are definitely going to be able to do whatever. But these are the things that you need to do in order for you to realize your dreams, to be successful and to be tenacious and to leave a legacy. Number one, who are you? Who are you? Unless you know who you are. If you don't know who you are, somebody else will define you and tell you who you are. But that's not good enough. Who are you? Why are you here? What is it that you want to do? I have done so many things in my life until I discovered my true purpose: to speak and empower and encourage and change lives. That is why I am here. I can do events, I can sell, I can do so many other things, but I'm here to speak. Take me to a desert now and leave me there and leave me with my voice. I will survive. It has taken me years to get where I am, but you need to get to a point where you understand who are you. Ungubani. If ungazazi, abantu bazokudefine and you will follow that unless you know who you are. Number two, the other thing that you need to know about you. What do you want? A lot of people talk about vision and it becomes a cliche. Vision, vision, vision. Unless that vision is tangible, unless that vision is vivid. What is your vision right now? Somebody will say, I want to graduate. I want to finish my studies. And you know what? You are not going to pass and see your graduation day until you start seeing it here. That vision must be clear here. You must see yourself walking into dressing up in the morning. You must see yourself on the day. Your name, hear your name being called. Zama, hear people beshaya izandla ehall. Hear your mom or your aunt or whoever ekikiza. That's my child. See yourself coming up until you can see that and visualize that. It's never going to come. Your vision must be that vivid. You need to see yourself. When I started the grounds, I saw the red carpet. I saw a number of journalists and flashes, and I could see it, but ngangazi ukuthi yofika kanjani. You have to create a mental picture and see it and then believe it and walk towards it. You know, you've seen people talking about vision boards. You know about vision boards, right? You need to create your own vision board. Tata a huge paper like this, paint the car, cut a picture of a car that you want, cut a picture of the you that you want. If you want to look like, I don't know whom you like Beyonce, put Beyonce's picture. That is something that you are working towards. Your vision must be so practical that every day you are dreaming, you are thinking, you are eating your vision. Otherwise, it's never going to happen. It is never going to happen until you are able to do that. Number 3, focus. Unless you focus, take distractions out. At school, focus. In campus, focus. Know what you want and how you are going to get there. Break it down to smaller things. Maybe for now, your vision only is to finish your studies. It is okay. But what exactly do you need to do every day? I need to study 1 hour. I need to go to the library 2 hours. I need to do ABC. You need to be so meticulous about what you want to do. As a kid, at this stage, it doesn't start when you finish. If you're thinking that you're going to start being a planner when you finish, it's not going to happen. Some of us, what we have and what we do today, we started Everseed. And that is where the seeds were planted. So whatever you are doing here, you are already planting seeds. And the fruit of that you will see when you are outside in the world. So what are you doing every day? What seeds are you planting? Number 4, don't be embarrassed about where you come from. I've seen many students, maybe Nina, it doesn't happen here. Parents come to visit and students are embarrassed because they feel their parents do not match up the level, whatever level that is. Listen, it is not your fault when it comes to where you were born. It is not your fault. Girls, you are listening to me. It is not your fault, but it will be your fault if you die in poverty. That will definitely be your fault. But where you are coming from, it is not your fault. I came from a home where we had not seen a light bulb, no electricity until I finished and I started working. All my years, I started using a candle. Up until matric, up until I finished my honors. It was up to me to change that story. And I dare say today, for some of you, it is up to you to change your family's story. It is up to you as you're sitting here to change that story and that narrative in your family. Number 5, complaining is not going to take you anywhere. Let me tell you something that is sad. No one is coming to rescue you. No one is coming to rescue you. You've got dreams that one day you'll be walking in a mall and somebody will come and say, hey girl, you look beautiful, let me help you. Sorry. Sorry. There are a number of people who have studied, who've got degrees, basekhaya banamali. Did you hear that? Can I say that again? There are a number of people, abanama degrees, who are learned, but they're at home. There are many people who come and pledge, support, and say, I am with you, I'm going to support you. You better know that you lower your expectations as to what other people can do for you. Guys, that is a secret in this life. Otherwise, you're going to die bitter. People are busy with their own lives. A lot of people will promise you, but they will never deliver. So you better know that in this life, you fight for everything that you want. You better know that you are ready to fight and get what you want. If they close one door, kick it down. You better kick it down, kick that door down, and stop complaining and saying there are no opportunities. Nobody owes you anything. I learned the hard way that nobody owed me anything. Told you ukuthi bangigqoka second-hand clothes. I had to sell ukuhamba kwayo inyawo zenkuku in order for me to survive. I had to do washing for other students in order for me to survive. I didn't have NSFAS at that time, so there was no food arrest. And for me to get food, I had to work and sell something so that I had food. Nobody is coming to help you. Nobody is coming to rescue you. This mentality, it is somebody owes me. You need to stop it now, because otherwise you're gonna die bitter and angry, because you'll be waiting forever for somebody, for an angel to come and rescue you, for an angel to come and give you a bag of money. Sorry, my girls, it's not gonna come. It is just not gonna come. Number 6, start making money now. Girls, there is nothing like a girl who's got her own money. I know you're looking at me and you're saying, how? I'm just a student. Exactly. Do you know how many millionaires we have got TikTok? About 9 years old, 12 years old, multi-millionaires. How many of you have smartphones? Let me see. How many of you have smartphones? What do you do with that smartphone? Sharist, sharing everything. Wake up in the morning, you see umgosi, who's talking about what, who's wearing what, who's fighting with who. Listen, from now on, if you want to normalize women on top, you need to start researching, how do I make money using my smartphone? Money using your smartphone. I've got 6 income streams, and one of them is using my smartphone. As I'm talking to you, guys, you better start making money using your smartphone as a student. We didn't have the digital economy during our days. You have the digital economy. Facebook ads, Google ads, Instagram ads, TikTok, YouTube. Do you realize that what is it that you can do so good than other people? There's this lady there, ufake iduku. You know, do you know that you can start a YouTube channel just showing people how to do that? And you can have a following. Guys, it's nothing big. It's something so simple and sometimes so stupid. You know my YouTube channels. You know TikTok channels. You've seen people doing the dumbest things. But guess what? You follow them. And as you are following them, they're making money. When you are wasting your data or you follow them when they are making money, they are cashing in the bank. When are you going to do that for yourself? Are you hearing me, girls? You don't need millions to start. You need just to start. You can start your own YouTube channel. You can start your own TikTok channel. You can learn how to do Facebook ads. You making money as a student, you don't need anything, you need your phone. In between, you studying, in between, you say 1 hour a day. 1 hour. Take a lot. Some of you order from Take a Lot. Do you know you can make 70,000 rands a month from Take a Lot? You don't have to own any products, but you sell for other people who are already on Take a Lot. All you need to know is change your mindset and be ready to be tenacious and to succeed. If anything today, I want you upumela utindo mama. How can I do this? They call me a midwife of dreams because I push people from their comfort zones to see what they can do in life. My joy will be to leave this place and get a call 3 months down the line or 6 months down the line from one of you saying, after that day, Mamzaneli, this is what I've been doing. Make money, because if you don't, number 7, there are things that are going to hinder your progress. And one of them is going to be people that are going to take advantage of you. Abo sugar daddy, abazok nunusela ngo 100 rands, and you're like, oh, uyangithanda. Go 500 rands. But if you know money, you will understand, ukuthi nonsense, I'm better than that. If you understand, because you've got your own money, I don't want you saying, but what can I do? I need this money. Ushuka daddy nge airtime yakhe, ne weave. Nge airtime, ne weave. You, so beautiful. I want you to be able to say, just not me. Try next door. Just not me. I am focused, I know who I am, I know what I want, and just not now. Not me, just not me. If you are not doing that, you're gonna fall prey to people who are gonna take advantage of you. Are you understanding me about starting making money that is yours with nothing? With nothing. Some of you here, some of you can speak and go and help other kids at school. I employ a couple of youngsters from UKZN, DUT, and Unizulu that I take with future leaders to schools. And I know that these guys have developed speaking talent. They're gonna be the best of speakers in the future. And some of you can just do that. Some of you can bake. How many of you can bake? Some of you are good cooks. Why are you not cooking and selling something? Let me tell you, it takes a change mindset. When you change your mindset, one, you don't care what people are gonna say. But sizanele bazothi ngiyayitshela zitshele kakhulu kunaqala. Mawungayitsheli wena ubani ozokutshela. If ungazitsheli wena ubani ozokutshela. So zitshele kakhulu kunaqala. Bazothi sizanele ngeke mina bazongihleka bazothi ngiyahlupheka. Listen, the very same guys abazokuhleka ukuthi you are selling something. Kusasa bazobe bethi yazi I'm stuck. Can I please have no manje 300 sinyana? I'll bring it back. The same guys. So guys, dare to be different. Your one day will come. Your one day will come when you change your mindset. Digital economy, 4IR, you can't just be talking about it and not participate. Make money in this digital economy. I can't overemphasize that. Make money, girls. Make sure you study, make sure you use your smartphone to research and look at opportunities. The other thing that will hinder your progress, it is one, the sugar daddies that can take advantage of you. Number two, ngati people, what are people gonna say? If you want to please people, you're not gonna get anywhere. Number three, it is sex. Premarital sex, nibancane. If you think you are ready, it's fine. But sometimes, having sex as a young girl, it comes with a burden, not just of STDs, not just of teenage pregnancy, but emotional. Because sometimes you are just not ready. And you have sex with this girl, and for the rest of your term, RS or in that institution, you are feeling dirty sometimes. Sometimes you are regretting. Do you understand what I'm talking about? So if you can, delay that until you know I am ready. I always tell young people, look at sex. Indala kunani. Ingakanani sex? Indala. Angeke ziphele. If you delay, now this is a personal choice. If you delay, in 2030, iyobisa khona, uyoyifica. In 2050, iyobisa khona, uyoyifica. And then you will not have anything. Ethi mangabe uthi ishkodwa. You will be free because you now have attained your one day. Liquor is number 6. Utwala na Ntombazana. I know I'm old-fashioned that way, and I'm cool like that. Budala kunani utwala. Uzobfika in 2030, uzobfika in 2050, uyobthenga, uzobthenga ungasabufuni, usuthenga lobo bizayo, ungasabufuni. Just make sure, even when you decide, it is your personal choice, you want to drink, but it doesn't affect your future. Uphuze, ulahle, uvuke, ungazinana ukuthi akabani lo mntwana. It is sad what we see. It is sad the kids we deal with and what we see. And they tell you ukuthi angazi ngangiphuzile ngangiseklabhini. Ngangiphume eklabhini. It is reality. Whether you like it or not, I don't know who's the father of this child. It is sad, ladies. Don't do it to yourself. Don't bring it upon yourself. Now, in wrapping up, I want to say, your dreams, whatever dream that you have, will only come to fruition if you focus and if you decide and if you make up your mind that no matter what comes my way, I will win. It is just like that and nothing else. Because no one, as I said, is coming to do it for you. You are going to have to make up your mind, develop the strength that your dreams are only your dreams. Don't share your dreams with people that will not believe them. People will discourage you. People will tell you that your dreams are not going to come to fruition because they're going to judge you, they're going to look at you and tell you, so, I am looking for young girls who are going to leave this place and say, I am going to sit at rest tonight. Take a piece of paper and write down these 4 things for me. Number 1, who am I? Look at yourself. Uzibuzeka 5. Ukuthi ngingubani, ngifunani. Decide and write it down. This is what I want to do. Number 2, uzibuze ukuthi how do I get there? But all the things that you think you need, ukuthi how am I going to get there? Number 3, remember your family. Ekhaya, balindeleni kumina. What is it that I can do or I wish? Number 4, I want you to write your one day. Yini let the bigger picture for you. That one day when you will say, I have arrived. I have done it. Sengfikile la ngifuna ukufika khona. And number 5, I want you to say, who are my destiny helpers? Who are the people that I need? Maybe you need a mentor. Maybe you need somebody who is going to hold your hand. I don't know who you need, but you will know it. The 2 last things I want to end up with. Bad choices, girls. Bad choices usually start with bad friends. I know you've got friends here, but let me tell you what is a friend. A friend is that one person who will tell you when you are doing wrong. Also, a friend will clap for you. But a friend will not gossip about you when you are absent. A friend will talk well about you when you are not there. Who are your friends? Your friends will not force you into a dangerous situation. Your friend will respect your no. When you say not me, go ahead, my friend, and do it. If it's okay for you, ungayenza leyo nto kodwa hayi mina. Mina, I don't want to do it now. Your friend will accept and respect your no. Who are your friends? Are they really your friends? And then support. Will everyone, Susanelle, support me in my dreams? No. And it's okay. Sometimes your own family will not support you. Sometimes the people that you think should be supporting you and you are really striving and doing well will not support you. Get used to it. Not everyone will support you. Even njengobula, khona basekhaya abathi soke sibone ukuthi uzophasa yini. Soke sibone ukuthi uzophumelela yini. Khona basho njalo. Now you girls, you better do what I did. Inkani lengcwele nyakazise uthi ngizokwenzela ukuthi one day ngiyomema bona beze la kwi graduation. You need to have leyo nkani ekupushayo, otherwise you are not going to do it. You are just not going to succeed if ungekho inkani engcwele. Now, there was once a man who had a daughter, a 16-year-old daughter. You know, teenagers. You know what? Let's boil water. I want to give you a test. They took a potato. They took a potato. They took an egg. Iqanda is very delicate and it's got that yolk inside, delicate. And then they took coffee. They put 3 cups. They boiled the water in 3 pots. In one of them, they put the egg. in another one they put the potato, and in the other one they put the coffee. After 30 minutes, they switched off the stoves, and they took out the egg, put it in a cup, they took out the potato, put it in another cup, and they poured the coffee into the other cup. And then watu baba wake, what do you see, my girl? She said, coffee, egg, potato. What did touch it? Touched the potato, which was very hard initially, but now all of a sudden it was very soft. The egg, which was very delicate before, touched the egg, while Ihluba peeled it, all of a sudden the egg was hard. And the coffee that had, which was ama granules, now they had put it in hot water, it had changed the environment. I want to ask you, out of the three, which one are you? Are you the egg that was delicate? It got into hot water and it became hard. Are you the potato that was hard? It got into hot water and then it became soft. Are you the coffee that got into hot water and it decided to change the environment? What is the moral of the story? We all go through the same situation. Izimo esingena kuzona ziyafana sonke. Singena ey'mweni ezinzima. It's not about izimo. It is about how you choose to see the situation. Njengoba uhleli la khona omunye who's going through worse than you. Khona omunye ekhaya bayamthuka bambiza ngenhlamba. Khona omunye ongena kudla. Khona omunye who've been sexually abused. Khona omunye ongena mali namhlanje. We all go through the same situations, but we react differently. Some of us become softer, some of us become harder, but I choose to change the environment. I choose to be coffee. When you put me in any environment in Zoishinja, kufanele la uhamba khona kubonakala. La ungena khona akubonakala ukuthi khona wena. Change the environment. Eklasini lakho it shouldn't be the same because khona wena. When you go home on holidays and there is a function nyana ekhaya, umsebenzi nyana, iphathi nyana, it must be different simply because khona wena. Change the environment. Be that girl. Just be that girl that is going to change the environment and be the light. When people see you, they must know ukuthi things are different. Ubani ngizomupha these books today? And why? Ubani ngizomupha these books? I'm sitting down. Yabona sebeyangishaya ngesikhathi. I'm sitting down. Ubani ngizomupha these books today? Let me just see. Let me just see. Tara, waza sisi? Waza nama braids? This is dear daughter. Who needs it? Who is going through stuff? Who needs it? Yabona me. It's very difficult. Ngangothi nginika MC. Ngathi akayibone lento ukuthi uzoyenza kanjani. All right, whoever needs this book, just run to the stage and take it. Okay. All right, they gone. They gone. Mangihlala phansi. I want to leave you with this story. Remember it, even if usungkhohliwe. There was once, it's inganekwane. Niyayazi inganekwane? Kwasuka-sukela. Sampheka ngobhozwane. Ngiyithanda mangiyixoxa ngesizulu. Nonke niyasizwa isiZulu? No. All right, I'll have to do in English. Inganekwane emfishane. It tells you why I do what I do. There was once a frog and a snail. And the frog said to the snail, you know the snail, umnenke, let's run, let's race. And the snail said, but you know me, I'm very slow. I'm not going to be able to race with me. And the frog said, no. When we are telela, I want people to tell ukuthi ubani ozowina. So they started. On your marks, get set, ready, go. The frog started jumping. Doops. And it got to the taxi rank. At taxi rank, the frog said, yes, I'm the winner. I'm the winner. And everyone was looking at the frog. But you're the winner. What were you doing? And he said, I was racing with the snail. And they said, where's the snail? He said, I don't know, but I'm the winner, guys. I am the winner. And they said, prove it to us. He said, I don't know where he is. 3 o'clock, the snail was still not there. 4 o'clock, 5. At 7 o'clock in the evening, there was the snail coming, slowly, gliding and coming. And the snail got there and said, I am the winner. And the taxi drivers that had gathered said, snail, you can't be the winner. He came 5 hours before you. And the snail said, how do I know if he didn't take a taxi to get here? Did he run? And the frog said, yes, I'm the winner. Everybody saw me. And the snail said, prove it to me that you ran. And the frog couldn't prove it. The frog said, I ran. Said, prove it. Couldn't. And then they all said to the snail, prove it to us that you ran your race. And the snail looked back and said, I don't have to prove anything in life. Lang hambe khona. Kuyabonakala. Imsebenzi yabonakala yazisho. I don't have to do anything. Whatever you do, girls, start now to plan. When you leave this earth, there must be a legacy that will speak when you are no longer here. For some of us, what we've been able to do, whether people like it or not, one day when we are no longer here, somebody will say, there was a woman. Leave a legacy. Imsebenzi iyabonakala like the snail. Good luck, and I love you.
Please don't go, please don't go, please don't go, please do not go, please. Uti Beyonce, I was here. Ngicela keep my phone, ne? Like get it on your camera, you're about to take a 30 seconds video, ne? You remember your first moment, ma, on radio, your first moment? I need that one again, ne? I'm gonna say a statement and you're gonna repeat, and then you're gonna repeat that part for me, pretty please, ne? So I want you to take this video. If you forget everything that she has said, ne? I want you to take this 30 seconds video and I want you to watch it. Are we good? Are we good?
Sorry, what is that?
The statement that you made when you went live for the very first time.
Okay.
I want you to repeat it just after I say the statement.
So we're pretending we're saying it for the first time?
Yes.
So they have to scream?
Or something. But I just want to say something. Okay. Then I want you to say that statement exactly the way that you said it. If you forget everything that she has said, please remember this. When opportunity meets preparation, success is inevitable.
You know, I was prepared. I was preparing myself for a very long time at home. So one day when I was given an opportunity on radio, because my principal did not show up on that day, Kansas City, and I got a call from upstairs management saying to me, why are we only having music in the studio? And I said, I have never been given an opportunity. Zanele, this is your moment. This is your one day. I remember vividly that when I pressed that button on Ukhozi FM for the very first time, I had to say, isikhathi njengamanje imzuzu yamashumi amabili nanhlanu emva kwehora lesithathu umazethu Zanele Kambokazi. Listen, when preparation meets opportunity, I had been preparing myself behind the scenes and the public didn't know. So prepare yourself because you never know when the opportunity will come. Bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. You can give her a standing ovation. A standing ovation for the midwife of dreams. Woo! Wow. Wow. Yeah, asakaza umuntu ngathi she's been doing it. Yeah? Abanyazise ama call lines. We are now going to the breakaway sessions. I hope you're going to take that with you. You're going to prepare. No one is coming for you. Angeke bayivale yonke iminyango. DJ unayo lengoma leyethi angeke bayivale yonke iminyango. Usho kanjalo musisizaza ngithi uthi angeke bayivale yonke iminyango. We are going to the breakaway sessions. Masiphuma DJ mawunayo lengoma ngicela ungidlalele yona saphuma ne. Uthi akanayo DJ, play it in your head, it's fine. Can I see everyone who is wearing blue? if your your name tag, if it's in a blue lanyard, the blue, please stand up. Blue, please stand up. Please hurry up like young people you are. Please stand up. Mlungisi, mlungisi, mlungisi. Mlungisi, mlungisi, please come, please come. Please hurry up like the young men you are. Nina nonke entoge iblue nizohamba nomlungisi. Are we clear? Everyone who's got a blue lanyard, please follow this brother here. Okay, the chief organizer is here. But in Thailand pants, the order is a little different. If your delegate is written in blue, please stand up. If the word delegate on your blue, hurry up, please come here. Everyone in blue, please come here. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Everyone in blue. Nilandela lo putilona ne? Okay.
White pants. Yeah.
Nina nizophuma. Orange, where's Orange? Izanla. Let's assemble here quickly. Orange, hurry up, hurry up. Obakeng, Obakeng, Obakeng. Do you see Obakeng? The ones in orange, please turn around. Do you see Obakeng? Please follow Obakeng. Everyone who has a white delegate, please stand up. White. What color is that, ma'am? Abeka bane white. Bang palelu white mina labatu white uhamba no mangalis. Okay, it's fine. Where's the orange? So we have red. Who else do we have here? Yellow, please stand up. Mangaliso ugupi. Yellow, please hurry up, please hurry up. Nzophuma no mangaliso lapiana. Everyone else, please come. Everyone else, please come sit this side in Nzosala la. Everyone else, please come sit this side in Nzosala la.
much. I don't want to waste time, guys, because we are already running late. Ne? I greet you all in the wonderful name of TUT. I respect all protocols. Good afternoon now to my fellow speakers that I did not see. My name is Amanda Ndiki. I'm an author, a life coach, a speaker. I don't like to call myself a motivational speaker. I always say I'm an inspirational speaker because what I speak about might inspire you, right? And you can take lessons from it. And yeah, I run my own business, which I do all these talks on gender mainstreaming, culture diversity, personal mastery, emotional addictions, which is going to be the topic for today, right? Are you ready? What were you thinking? Did you guys have to choose the topics that you're going to attend, or it was just given to you? So do you know the topic for today, the theme for today? Yeah? Alit? Mara little program. Ah, guys, no. You guys had the program from the morning, but you don't know which section or what's the theme you are attending. Lona lona tla fela ba itse itlang latla. Yeah? Are you good? So the theme for today is emotional addictions, right? Emotional. As a life coach, speaking in different platforms, church, schools, corporate, one thing I identified about not necessarily women, but most people, when we speak about healing, and in all these events, we like engaging about wounds, ne? Healing, women are broken. And I've seen how we get so attached to wounds and brokenness as women. And sometimes I feel we have to break that cycle. Because healing does not necessarily mean, Uguti, when we are in these spaces, we are doing the same thing every time. Crying does not mean you are healing. Sometimes the crying means you are opening up your wounds. And after opening up these wounds in these events, nobody's coming. So they've been sitting there, and we come and we gather in these groups. We open up those wounds, and nobody comes and give us a direction on how to heal these wounds, on the tools to heal these wounds, right? Some of us have been hurt by relationships. Some of us have been hurt by church. Some of us have been hurt by society. Some of us have been hurt by family members, right? So our traumas and wounds differ. But the one thing I have picked up about emotional addiction is that there is a cycle. There is a cycle of how a person responds to emotional addiction. To every time how right? And that's what I've seen mostly with the events. When we start talking about pain, people are going to cry. And we literally feel like there is healing happening inside these places. Sometimes it's not healing. Sometimes it's the addiction to your pain that you have. Sometimes it's the addiction with your wounds. Because it gives you the space to cry. It gives you that comfort to say, I actually relate to this level. So when an Amanda comes and say, get out of that pain, Ori, cold, she thinks she's better. But when you find speakers that always speak to your pain, that always, nurture your pain, that always tell you it's okay to cry, but to a certain level. When every year, come Ntombazana walla, mara hauna mission ya utlake uditluse ning dikele ditsena, right? And that's my purpose to say, you must have a plan, Batung. When ukasdula ukhubali every time, you can't always be relating to pain every time. When every year uliswa kibo thabo libo sipho libo themba. Every year you've got a story to tell about your brokenness. o tlo fola neng? O tlo fola neng? And those that are emotional addictions, because we don't relate to emotional addiction, because it's okay to relive bad experiences. It's okay to always say, I am hurt, I've got the right to feel this way. Okay? You've got every right to feel that way. But there must come a point where you come out of that situation. You must come out of your pain. You must come out of the cycles of dysfunctional relationships that you find yourself into. You must come out of the dysfunctional emotional patterns that you find yourself into, right? So, what is an emotional addiction? According to your own understanding. Haribuaka emotional addiction. No right answer, no wrong answer. What is it? Haribueng, because it has to be an interactive session. I can't speak alone. Because you need to understand some of the cycles that you get yourself into. What is an emotional addiction? In your own understanding, anyone? Guys. Thank you. When you
always feel pity for yourself.
Anyone else? Sorry guys, I just need water.
Well, emotional addiction, I personally think that it's actually being okay with whatever feeling or emotion you're currently experiencing. For example, you're okay with being sad. That's like you are addicted to that. You're okay with just being sad. You're addicted to that.
I like what you are okay with being emotionally sad. That's an addiction, right? Is that a healthy behavior? But did you hear she said it's okay? So it means in her own experiences, she is thinking to be sad continuously and being addicted to the emotion of sadness. Okay, sorry. So in her own description, she is saying it's okay. Right? And how many of us are sitting in dysfunctional situations, in broken situations, and we are saying it's okay? I don't want tears, Mina, in this session, Shem. You must cry because you're going to say, Sis Amanda, I am crying for the last time. I am releasing. Because I want to heal, okay? I know we've got different situations, but I want you, when you cry, you must cry because you want to release this pain that has been imprisoning you for so many years, ne? And then we have a way forward. I'm a life coach. I am here because TUT has paid me. So if you want a one-on-one session, post after this group session. I am available so that you have a way forward. You don't cry because you are familiar with crying, ne? I don't want us to do that in this session. I want us to have a way forward and a plan. So also is saying it's okay to be emotionally sad. Can you imagine the kind of person you are when you are sad each and every day? What kind of hormones are you releasing? What kind of energy are you attracting to yourself? Right? What kind of relationships do you engage into when you are a sad person? What kind of friends do you attract and keep? The kind of circle that you keep because you are an emotionally sad person. Akibuwi heka performance. Utlore ba lawyer time and again batung. Because when you can't perform, because you are a sad person. And you are saying it's allowed. Is there anyone else with another explanation for the last time, and then I'm going to give it to you? I saw a mic somewhere. Wait, okay. Just one person. Guys, la Javel. Lila Pilevel. Are you hungry? Do you have an idea? No idea. Do you understand what are emotions? Guys, I'm gonna have an interactive session because Riemamo, we give you information. It's another session, but there was no deeper understanding. I'm gonna come to you, my love. In your own understanding now, Aribuka emotional addiction. Do you have emotions? Which emotions do you tap into the most? I get about comfort zone. Because but the very same year, you come back with the very same struggles. You go back to the very same dysfunctional relationships. You go back to the very dysfunctional family members and friends. So we must have a conversation where you are able to say, hey, Batum, you attract everything, but you have the choice to choose healthy relationships. So in your own mind, when, as a person, what's your name? Nonkululeko. All right, Nonkululeko. Which emotions do you think you tap into most of the time?
It depends what's in the situation, then I feel the emotion there.
You feel that emotion? Yes. So when you are always faced with situations every day of your life?
No, not like every day.
So when Nonkululeko wakes up, what emotion, do you pay attention to your emotions when you wake up? What emotions when you wake up do you feel?
Like I said.
Guys, speak up, Pela. Different emotions when you wake up.
It depends, like in the way.
Okay, guys, a simple example. Ulele, urobet. You are waking up. There is no event happening in your life at that moment. Amanda is just waking up to herself. There is no mkolisi or kwatisitseng. Like you are just waking up from your sleep. Do you ever recognize your emotions when you wake up? What emotions when you wake up do you experience?
I'm emotions and what feel among vuga. I can say it's mixed emotions.
It's mixed emotions.
Yes.
All right. Just when you wake up, it's mixed emotions, ne? Why?
Like in swing savuga ene swing ekintengathi manje ingangenza ngifeel a certain emotion.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying it's just mixed emotions.
Guys, you've heard that, ne? What did she say? Right. She's just waking up. So she's saying she does not feel any emotion because there is no event happening in her life that is going to make her feel some type of a way, ne? So we understand ukuthi yena magavuga, she has no control over her emotions until something happens. That's when she'll be able to say, oh, I've got this emotion in me, right? So unonkululeko, when she wakes up, she's emotionless, confused, until an event happens. Until someone amdina, until someone makes her happy, until someone tells her she's not worthy, until someone tells her, Uguti, yazin uyisdom. That's the only time she's able to recognize emotions. Nah? Is that healthy or not? Right, we move. Yes. I'm going to come to you, my love.
I think mina mangvuka, I don't know about others, ngivuka nginethemba, regardless of what ngalala ngikwatile yesterday, but in the morning ngivuka sengikhohliwe. You know, sokuthi sometimes I break down ebusuku ngiyakhala, but in the morning whatever situation ngivuka senginethemba elisha. That's how I always wake up, regardless of the situation. Mangivuka qondo yami ngisusile lapho, I'm a new person.
So you wake up with hope.
Yes.
Perfect. Right? Is that a positive way to start a day or a negative way? Right. Miss Mbombela, finalist. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. So I wanted to add that with emotional addiction, you become hooked of that feeling and you somehow know how to live with that emotion and feeling. And it's not good because I am one of the what is it? Victims.
You're one of the victims.
Yes.
I'm glad you're able to understand that. Yeah. Do you mind sharing with us?
No, thank you.
Not yet. Okay, great stuff. That's exactly what emotional addiction is. And I'm glad she's able to say I'm one of the victims, because emotional addiction most of the time iyazifihla, right? And ikwenza ube comfortable. Like the lady said, it's okay to be sad. There are people who stay with pain. Yes, people who don't want to heal. And as women, we somehow siyakhona ukuthi basixolele ngepain ne, and being toxic mothers, toxic women, toxic bosses, because we are women. We've been through a lot of pain. And that's the cycle I want to break. Because we don't have to go through pain, Ntombazana. The choices you make don't have to put you through painful situations every time. You don't have to be a rock. You don't have to be abused. You don't have to be nullified. It's okay to require a soft life for yourself. It's okay to want soft emotions for your life. To say, from the experience I have lived, I want soft love. I want soft communication. I want healthy communication. It is so sad to see women reliving the cycles of their own mothers, reliving abusive marriages, reliving abusive relationships because the mother was doing it and she was deemed strong. No, young lady, you don't have to go through that. Right? And that's the emotional addiction that is engraved in us and we don't get it. So when she said you get hooked to pain. I can't deal with a soft man. Rough, because you are addicted to that heat feeling. Every time. You don't think that person is talking to you. I always make an example about myself. I've got a young daughter. She's a girl. I've never hit her, not even once. And I'm not saying that's the only way of disciplining children, ne? But I've realized, Uguti, most of the time, when we don't get our way with people, we tend to become abusive. We tend to become aggressive. And then we're going to use, but because we cannot engage in a mature level emotionally. 16 ankaraba. Then I'm going to use my higher power, which is go sharp. Because now I can't engage with you emotionally in a healthy way. Like, understand? It's like a man who is abusive. When you start to challenge him, because they cannot engage with you in a mature level emotionally. And that's why we end up being victims of emotional abuse as women. So you ask yourself, why do I attract the same kind of men? Right? Do you ever ask yourself that question? Why do I attract the same kind of men? The relationships are on about the stuff is 9 molun. Kutula bar stuff is 9. 6. Stuff is 9. Yeah? So let me give you a definition of emotional addiction. Ne? It represents a pattern. So I don't know if you want to write. If you can, you can. If not, it's okay. But I think they will give you the presentation. Ne? It represents a pattern of behavior causing distress and is characterized by loss of control of continued behavior despite negative consequences. Ne? It is a state where the addict, which is like the lady said, is dependent on their emotions. The chemicals produced by the brain when particular emotions are triggered is known as the heat emotion. That's what she's saying, Khore. It's like every time you want to relate with people who are going through pain. Ne? And I go rairata and women's event rairata because roto bua ka di pain tsa rona, ne? And this person becomes addicted in feeling some type of way. Guru, you must always cry. There's a way in which you manifest this behavior. It's either it's through anger, it's either it's through crying, it's either through feeling like when now you are a victim, shame. Nobody cares about me, nobody cares about my story. People care about your story when you are willing to do something about it. Every year, ask us, I'm sorry. Yeah? Every year. Do you know people that are like that in your lives? Or are you like that in your life? That's the question we must ask, because whenever we say and we speak in events, we always think of the next person. It's like Luna, when you're in a relationship, you're always saying, I wish my boyfriend was here. Yet the question you should be asking yourself, why am I dating this person? Why am I dating this abusive person? Why abusive man? Why are you comfortable in dating an abusive man when? That's the question you should ask yourself. Ne? That's an emotional addiction. And what are the causes of emotional addiction? If out of your head, what are the causes of emotional addiction? What do you think causes emotional addiction in people's lives? But guys, can you see this kind of talks really shows us, we get into situations and we don't understand who we are. We don't understand our emotional state. We don't understand our souls. We don't understand our spiritual state. We get into things and we expect people to understand us. Yet we don't even understand ourselves. We expect people to give us happiness. When you wake up in the morning and you are saying, you wake up confused until something happens in your life. It simply means your life is governed by your emotions. Your life is governed by people. If people say you look beautiful, oh, you've got a happy feeling. Today. And then Amanda Mara straight back your day is doomed, right? Because how you start your day validates on how you are going to be performing emotionally. Because if you get out of bed, like she says, I've got hope. If you get up and say, it is another day for me to try. I am positive. I don't need to be happy. Mina, when you ask me, oh, Samanda, when you wake up, how do you feel? Mina, when I wake up, Shem, I feel joyful. Without anything happening in my life. I feel joyful for the breath of life. I feel joyful that I've got control over myself. I don't wake up because someone said, good morning, bae, and then, my day starts. Babang, until they receive that good morning, bae. Utoba moody. Your mood is affected by Sipo the whole day because Hari, good morning, day, good morning, bae, right? So you must teach yourself to be emotionally independent. And emotionally independent does not mean you are aggressive towards men. Whatever healing we do as women, young girls, you are not doing it to compete with men. You are doing it for self. Right? So that you become a better person when you engage in relationships. And relationships, it's not only about romantic relationships, banyana hle. Lunanja, your goal, show me as long as anali vision, kibatla mutufela, as long as anali vision. Hana strategy, hana mission, hana plan more lifing. Marawena. Relationship means romantic relationships to you. There are relationships that are good for your own self-esteem. Friendships, relationships from your mentors, relationships from your acquaintances. Build them. Life is not just about linyalo banyana shebatung. But there is so much in life beyond marriage. And the sad thing is, not all of you will get married. You fight each other for men and not empower each other as women because you are competing against men. Why? Akimo batli okimo wani do shebang Sipho ka teng. Sipho ya no mo shebile jwang? Why is she your competition? Why is she your competition? So, emotions should not govern you. You should govern your own emotions, right? And then the lady just wants to say something. I think we've got a mic here. Sorry, I know because we're live, we must talk off the mic. On the mic.
Okay, I think that us ladies, we tend to think that we deserve being emotionally blackmailed. So it is within us, we have to change it within us that, no, I deserve better. I deserve to choose me. We do not choose ourselves most of the time. We choose other people. We put other people first instead of putting ourselves first. So, like, automatically we become depressed, we become sad, like we love ourselves less.
Can you give her a round of applause? And these are the conversation I want us to have. Because sometimes as women, we are our own worst enemies. That we can't move forward, ngoba. If I come to you as Amanda and say, Mina, I have healed. It's like, Umaka. When I come to you and say, there are good men out there, Urbafing, Banaka ufela kidinja. Abashiswe, men are trash, right? And we are not saying there aren't bad men. But there are good men. The same way there are bad women. Right? So I want to say to you, the power of choice remains on you. You have a choice to choose emotionally well-being people around your circle. Even with relationships, and I'm emphasizing this because I know the engravement in you young people that, Bona, as long as there is no as long as. You are allowed to require healthy relationships in your lives. And when you do that, you are teaching the younger children in your families to look out for healthy friendships and relationships. Right? Because I know where it's normal to accept abuse, whether it's emotions, even when they talk to us sometimes, our parents, they abuse us emotionally. But because it's a mother, we allow it. But we have the power to change the narrative for the next generation to say, you don't talk to me like that. Wabana ma2K. Ma2K will tell you, don't shout at me. And it's okay for someone to say, why must you shout when you speak? Why are you shouting at me? I've got ears, I can listen to you. Why must you shout when you speak? Why must you cry when you've got a problem? Why can't you express yourself? And that's where we're coming with emotional. What makes you cry when you have problems? What makes you cry? When you have to express yourself, what makes you cry about a certain challenge that you have? What makes you cry?
Hi everyone. My name is Ethel. Now most of the time I have problems or when I feel overwhelmed, I do cry because I believe like you let go
Release,
things how.
And then are you able to express yourself when you are in front of someone and you're having a challenge and you are angry? Do you cry?
Not really.
Okay, you cry in your own space.
Yes.
Are you able to express yourself healthily with intentions when you are speaking to the next person, when you are angry?
Yes, I am.
I did say crying is good for relief. But it can't be that there are people, how every time they are crying, crying is good to release. Mara, it can't be when every time when we deal with you, you have tears. You must be able to express yourself. Right? And that's why you get into relationships. Munna, I'll abuse them. Because you can't express yourself. So if you're expressing yourself, why are you sitting in abusive relationships? Eh? Eh? They don't feel enough. No, if you are saying to me, you are able to express your needs, why are you guys sitting in dysfunctional relationships, abusive relationships, relationships that break you? Why are you in those relationships?
Okay. Mina, I'm one person who can express the feelings. How I can't put them in words like angikwazi ukukutshela ukuthi ngifila ini or ngifuna ukuthi uyenzeni or explain ukuthi why you did this. So I tend to keep quiet or ngivele ngikhale and allow myself to feel whatever I'm feeling, and then ngizomyeka lo muntu wakhona achubeke lento akayenzayo. And then I reach a point where then I just say whatever, and yeah, I'm trying to work on that because it's not healthy.
Even now you want to cry, no? Great stuff. I like what you said. And guys, let's open up. Ne? This is about you. Mina, they've paid me. Mangpumala. But my voice is my invoice. 3 years down the line, you're in the corporate. It's dog lapayan. They don't care about your emotions. They don't care ukuthi we are tuga. They don't care ukuthi, hey, you must nest my feelings. No, Lala. You must be able to express myself. Mangene corporate, I'm saying Amanda Ndiki. I charge 15,000 an hour, and that's what I stand for. I don't compromise. So if today, when we are teaching you emotional intelligence and breaking the cycle of emotional addictions, you are sitting there thinking, ETUT was bored. It was not bored. 3-4 years down the line, these things are going to help you because we don't want unhealthy employees. We don't want unhealthy bosses. We don't want dysfunctional employees and unhealthy, dysfunctional bosses who use power to manipulate and abuse. So you must learn now to deal with your emotions while you are here. Ne? So I'm glad that you're saying that, my darling, and I'm going to speak to Dr. Klaba. I'm going to give him my numbers. You can speak to me on a personal level for personal coaching. Ne? Thank you. Oh, why?
Hello, guys. I'm one of them who can express their feelings. I cry every time when I have to express them. Yeah. But then I learned to express them. I can cry as much as I want, but then I'll keep talking so that you can hear me. Yeah.
So what brings the fear? What makes you fear to tell another person that I don't like what you're doing? Give it back to her. Uzocabangani, ne? And this is what most of you go through, ne? Mangamtshela lo mfana ukuthi mina ngifuna ukulala nawe uzongishiya. Ungasamtshelanga sithandwa sami umphili Hollywood yakho. Umnikezile Hollywood yakho. Akakushiyi futhi.
For me, I've been through a lot of abuses.
Yeah.
Family rejection and sexual assault. And another thing is that they tend to be away.
Yeah.
But then sometimes I have to just speak out.
Yeah.
So that people can hear me. Like, I know I'm not alone, even when, like, family rejects me, friends sometimes. That's why I had to, like, make male friends, because they understand me more. Because when I make female friends, like, sometimes I know they talk behind my back, like she was crying and saying this and that. But then, because now I have, like, male friends, I can go to them. They comfort me in many ways and show me love that I need.
And that's all you need, Tadwasam.
Yeah.
You just want to belong.
Yeah.
We just want to be loved and belong, ne? That's all we need, ne? And it's okay to cry, it's a shield. But moving here, nginama assignment abantu engizobanceda angithi niyazi. So it's not that mawukhalala ngizokuyeka uso. I'm going to be with you. And I'm glad it's also important to acknowledge your triggers. Mawunama emotional addictions. Who triggers you? And as women, why are we so hateful towards each other? Why is it towards each other, girls? Hating each other. It's okay. But as long as you've identified, because what's important is self-awareness. So when you're self-aware of your triggers, that trigger those emotional addictions, you move away, ne? So I'm glad on that first step that you took. The second step is going to be me, right? I saw another hand somewhere. You. Oh, okay. Oh, and you. Yeah.
It's becoming emotional.
It's okay. I get it. It's an emotional addiction session, guys. Let it be emotional.
Okay, I don't know how to put it.
Yeah.
But I just want to add on.
Can we give each other support, guys? Even if when you're not going through stuff, ne? Siyakubongela bandla, siyakubongela, but can we have your compassion bandla? Siyakubongela wena ngoba unazi inkinga empilweni. Siyakubongela, siyakhalalisela, but can we also understand and protect their space when we are opening up and being vulnerable? Asifuni lento kuba ngathi manje abanye abantu siyabasindisa, uyabona? But let's just try and be protective of them as well. And this is what they are crying about, ukuthi in their space of rejection, in their space of pain, there's just people who are just mean to them. Why are we like that? Right? Can we just be supportive and allow the environment as well as they speak to support them, ne? Yeah.
So my whole life I've been rejected, and
that was Bombela Campus. Give me some Bombela finalist. This is not a rejection, ne? This is not a rejection. I want you to know, this is proof that you are not rejected in life. Not your whole life has been a rejection. So this, I want you to take it as proof, Khori. You are healing, you are coming out. And you must now say, I've experienced rejection as part of my life. Don't say, my whole life I've been rejected. It was just part of your story. Because you wouldn't be wearing this badge if your whole life was a rejection. Okay, my baby? Yeah.
Okay, part of my life I've been rejected.
Absolutely.
So with that rejection, I've accepted that, okay, it's fine for me to be rejected. It's fine for me to be like this. Maybe there's something wrong with me, to an extent whereby I even thought that there was something wrong with me. But I told myself, there's nothing wrong with me. Even as much as most of my friends, not even really, most of my friends are males. And they call me a bitch. And I'm cool with that. Last weekend, my cousin came. He came with a GD6 at Race. He took me for a ride. He was like, let me take you out because I know you're going through a lot. We came back, we sat in the car. Some girls came out, they saw me in the GD6. I was proud. Like, they seeing me in the GD6, and that's a guy, you know? I don't mind. I was like, this is a guy. They don't know the whole story. Who is he? But my friend came to me like, there's a girl who came with a GD6. And I'm like, I think it's me, because I'm the only girl who came with a GD6 today, you know. She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, oh, my cousin came, you know. And we took a ride, we came back, we sit in the car, like at the gate. And she's like, hey, bro, are you for real? That was you. I'm like, yeah, a white GD6. What's it now? A white GD6? What is a GD6? That's a Toyota car, Toyota Hilux car. I said that. She laughed. She was like, hey, bro, so you're the girl whom they were talking about at the kitchen. I'm like, what were they saying? She's like, oh, they're saying that you're a bitch, you're a whore. I'm like, that's cool, let them be, you know. I know myself, I know my story, I know why I came here. I'm not here for them. Just because I told them the truth that boys are not their key to success.
Absolutely.
I told them face to face that boys are not the key to success. Instead, they're making themselves housewives. To an extent whereby I was fed up because my neighbor was busy, you know, she was busy and she was making noise. First, they were fighting. I asked them, can they please, there's noise. I need to study, I'm writing tomorrow. They were like, okay. Chikiti, the banging tables, hibo. And I'm like, I share, hey.
Are you staying in dress or?
At race.
So there's couples staying in dress. Oh, okay. Oh, cut. Hey, cut.
Yeah. So
yeah, you after her. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm like, I'm not that person. I am my own person. I know who I am. I know what I stand for. I am out of my comfort zone. Here, I'm a finalist.
Yeah.
28 September, there's a competition. We're going to be competing live. So, Miss Tuti, I'm coming for you. I need that.
Yes. Spirit, yes. Oh, the lady here. Spirit, ne guys? No, here, sorry. Oh, okay.
Oh, hello. My name is Dineo. I'm not from here, I'm from Northwest. Klerksdorp, it's a small township. Growing up, it was tough for me. Honestly speaking, it was very tough. 2009, my father abandoned me and my mom. 2011, I lost my mom. I went to stay with my aunt. Honestly speaking, it was tough. It was tough. Obviously, she will love me, but not the same as her daughters. So it was different for me growing up. I always used to pity myself. People would be like, guess on. I hated that. It's wrong. It's wrong for people to say guess on. Don't allow people to say osono. You are not. You're totally not. I got to a point whereby I told people that, you know what, one day I'll become a dentist. I'll become one of those biggest dentists. My aunt was like to me, I know you will do it, but then I have this other aunt. She was like, you'll never make it in life. When you'll just work for my daughter. My daughter will make it and you'll work for her. And I was like, okay, I'll accept it as it is. I'll take it as a challenge. I won't take it the negative way, but I'll make it my positive. My positivity. I'll make it my push so that I could make it there. Get to the finish line and say, here I am. You said I won't make it. But that doesn't mean I have to say, I told you I will do it. I'm doing this for myself, not for her. Everything I'm doing is for myself, not for her. I should always be reminded that every step I take, every decision I take is for me, not for her. So growing up, it was difficult. I have to face challenges. At school, I was struggling a lot because I will always feel pain to say, my father doesn't care, he doesn't love me. He's out there living his life and what. I used to cry a lot, not in front of people. I wouldn't even tell people my story because I hate pity.
Yeah.
I would wet my pillow. Always when I sleep, I will wet my pillow. And in the morning when I wake up at peace because I know that I'm not alone in this world. I know many people go through worse than I am. So I would struggle. struggle with studying and stuff like that, lose concentration and stuff. But yeah, I got there.
Okay.
Here I am. Even though I'm not doing dentistry as I thought I would, but at least I'm doing something.
Okay. Yo, guys, ngiyabona mangithi ama sessions ama emotional what. We have 5 minutes left, ne? Just be quick and then I'm gonna wrap up.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna keep this very, very short, ne?
Yeah.
One, we always speak ill of one another as women without realizing that there are positive influences amongst one another. So it just depends on where you place yourself. Ne? Speaking specifically to the lady that spoke, ne? Guti, we always in a situation whereby we don't pick the right places to open up to and forget that not everybody was called on this world to listen to you. Not everybody, not you specifically. A lot of people, we all have different callings. There was a person that was called on this earth to listen. There's a person that is called on this earth to speak, to influence. And when you are speaking to a group of people, sometimes it's not that it's directed directly to you. It's because they were just not called for that. So you need to choose where you place yourself. And with regards to relationships as well, choose the right people and ask yourself why you continuously associate yourself with negative people.
Thank you, my baby. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tandasam. We only have 3 minutes left. So let me wrap up. Ne? I just want to say this to you. I am very conscious as a life coach to always say, we all make mistakes. Ne? Sometimes we learn as we grow. I don't want you to be hard on yourself. Ne? We learn as we grow. So she's identified the kind of people. Sometimes, you know, when you're coming from trauma and rejection and pain, you don't even know what healthy is. What's a good relationship? Because you've got no template to check on, right? But the more you grow and you attend such seminars, then they open up your mind. That's why it's important, but also empower your mind. Ne? And the reason I want you to speak without crying, without feeling pity, I am teaching you that the more you speak about yourself, the more you are giving power over yourself. But when you always allow Abo Amanda to speak to you, you always feel like you are disempowered to make any decision. If Amanda says this is right, you automatically take it as the gospel of life. It's not the gospel of life. You have to create the gospel yagana nkululeko, right? And make it work for you. So that's why I'm encouraging you to speak. Because in the corporates, you'll be overlooked. Uma events, you'll be overlooked. Because when you are always sitting there, we don't know your talent. We don't know who you are. And I always say to people, strive for impact. Because impact cannot be ignored. But most of you strive for recognition. See me because I'm a good person. No, we're not going to see that. But your impact in people's lives, whether bayakuthanda or abakuthandi, it will show and it will manifest and they won't ignore the results, right? So with that being said, I want to say to you, maunama problems with addiction. Addiction means, you know what, even if something continuously hurts you, you can't let go of it. That's an addiction. When a relationship abuse, it affects you emotionally, physically, spiritually, financially, everything. But you can't let go of it. You must know, Guti, you are dealing with addiction. Ne? So when you have to break an addiction, what do? When you break an addiction, you don't suppress your emotions. You don't suppress what you are going through. You replace. Ne? So if when every time we feel good on weekend, you can't function without a man in your life, find another hobby. How about gym? Because it releases healthy hormones The very hormones enizifuna with sex zikhona kwi-gym. Yes, mawujima. Mara because you don't know. Bazothi uhlala kwatile ngoba akayitholi. It's got nothing to do with that. Lack of information makes you guys have wrong decisions. Lack of information. Do you know why do you engage in sex? Why? Have you ever yazi masingangena deep nje ukuthi isikhathi sincane abanye benu nje bayenza ngoba kuthiwa abo brothers bayayifuna. Aniyazi orgasm yini? It's about to satisfy the next person, not to satisfy you. And that's what most young women do when they engage in sex. It's to satisfy the man, right? And that's wrong. Why do you engage in something you don't understand? Why does sex control you? Do you know why sex controls you? Do you know why you feel like, yo, I can't function until I have sex? Anazine. Aksu Satan, because it's a natural thing. No, and yo guys, I wish we had time to unpack these things because these are areas that affect you. Guma performances way. You get addicted to sex. You don't even know why you are doing sex. You don't even reach an orgasm. You are doing it because you want to satisfy usi pone. So what makes you addicted to that sex are the hormones that you release. Your dopamine, your oxytocin, those are the hormones that makes you addicted. Drugs. They release those hormones now. That's why when they crave, eat drug. Ne? So that's what you go through as well. Marangoba asifundi. Asizbuza ukuthi why am I doing this? What time is it, Standosa? 2 minutes past 2. So we are closing. So my homework to you guys, before you engage in anything that is going to affect your emotional state, ask yourself, why are you doing it? Why? Sex has nothing to do with when you sex addict. It has everything to do with the hormones that are released in your body. And now you need to understand how do you manage them. You manage them by replacing them. You are releasing a hormone. You are releasing a hormone. Read a book intentionally. You are releasing a hormone. Coffee. You know, coffee a wimpy is just 30 rand, if I'm not mistaken. Instead of taking good to savannah. Savannah is going to affect your mental capacity. Go to a wimpy. Have cappuccino. Like you are dealing with your emotions in a healthy way. Ne? There is nothing wrong ngokuphuza bazalwana ngithi ningaphuzi ne. Mara everything in moderation. Mara there's certain behaviors you need to come out of. If ufuna ukuphuma in the behaviors of lama risky behaviors osifaka kuwo, we know ukuthi utshwala does contribute angithi. Utshwala does contribute to unprotected sex. Neleze ezinye izinto esingafuna ukuzibiza ne. Nibe pregnant, which leads to absent fathers. So all I'm trying to say is try and remove yourself in those kind of environments. Ne? I would have loved Uguti, we could have spoken more, unpack more of the emotional situations that you guys are in, but I appreciate the little that you've shared with me. Ne? And all I'm going to say is I will offer private sessions for the two. And do not be too hard on yourself. Ne? Where you feel it's too much, there is nothing wrong with life coaching and counseling young black people. To take care of your mental wellness. If buyers offer a campus, go. Talk to someone, talk to a therapist, talk to a life coach. And then project managers daughter bandla. No, nakitlo mulukisa. Lukisa wena bill. You can't even fix your own life. I want to be his peace, Toby. Be your own peace. I pray for him more than I pray for myself. Pray for yourself. Pray for the demons that are keeping you in bondage in your prisons. I love you so much. I'm available. Follow me on Facebook, Amanda Ndiki. Send me a message. If we could not talk here, I will respond. But for now, I can get 1, 2. I am going to help 3 students. So if there's one of you here, okay. Okay, I'll talk to Dr. Kabane, but I am willing to extend a one-on-one session services. Obviously, it's going to be virtual, but I can't come here. So I hope you enjoyed the session. Facilitator, I don't know if you have to talk to them, but thank you so much for making time. I hope you've learned something, and I hope you're going to apply it in your lives. Ne? Enjoy your lunch. Ge.
Ne? There are going to be 4 serving points outside. Please use that exit. And
palamonwana. DJ, kopala we sware net da. Oh. I get no go tsentsha mohane palamonwana ke mo fe 2000 no. Bale uritse ba re tolo ratang tšhelete. DJ, felletsa selo se ka o khopela tu.
And dancing together. Give yourself a round of applause for that. Wow. Hi man, humanate ne? My name is Lebakang Rampa ke muila le tlhaga ke moroka metsa pula ke ngwana ba kwena. Ke moradi wa mphesa di le holele. Ya re nang ka iphutha ka ya maru. Ke ngwana ba kwena ya bolelang. Ana ke tsamaya ke le nosi. Pula. Ke ngwana ba kwena yo a bolelang. A ke tsamaya ke le nosi, no. We always talk about aligning with women, ne? And right now, I'm going to do the job with another woman. I feel like my introduction to who I'm accompanying with is not going to do it enough. So I'm going to tell her for Rihanna, she's going to do it herself because no one can explain you better than you. Am I right? No one knows you better than yourself.
Dumalang Sanbonani Awusheng. Hello. Hi. Can I hear Tim Bombala say hi? Tim Pulukwane say hi. Tim Rankua say hi. And Tim Pretoria say hi. Ahmed, you guys look so beautiful today. Sashanguva say hi. My apologies, Sashanguva. I love you guys. You guys look so beautiful today. Please clap hands for yourselves. So I go by the name of Nothando Nkosi, and I am from Pretoria Campus. And you know what I love the most? I love black, beautiful women that succeed. So I just hope that you guys have a dream, just like Pleasure said, Kilorile. And I hope that Nenzumlando ganeti today. Yeah, and then introduce the speaker. I am going to be introducing the first two speakers, which is Miss Siphelele Qulu. She is a speaker and a businesswoman. And then again, I will introduce Miss Palisa Musia. Forgive me if I pronounce it wrong. She is an award-winning keynote speaker, a facilitator, an actor. Look at how gorgeous she is. Isn't she gorgeous? Isn't she gorgeous? Look at her. And you know what? She's a very successful woman. I hope she inspires you guys. And again, she's an MC.
Wow! Aren't they gorgeous, ladies and gentlemen? So before we proceed and before I introduce the next two speakers, we tend to lose stuff, you guys. Someone lost their glasses. Whoever the owner can get them at the sound team room. I get like the way I could lose something. So I don't blame. And also someone also lost their brown black. Whoever is the owner, they can go claim it at the sound system room. I get No, I need more energy. Is it still nice to be here? Gumnanduk bala. Norman, ladies, it's a beautiful thing to watch, right? It's a beautiful thing to watch. Look at the girl next to you and say, sis, you look hot. Sis, you look amazing. Sis, you are amazing. Good, good. So our next speaker is none than the other, Amanda Ndiki, right? Amanda is a life coach, development and inspiring. She says that she's not a motivational speaker, but she's an inspirational speaker, meaning that when she speaks, she inspires. Right? And rounding up our panelist of ladies, we have none than the other, Ntombazana, Uvianto, Ramshali. Uhlabangane lemhlophe umagalela yegazi njengengonyama umathinga nontelele ngiyazazi ithakazelo ngoba uma wakamtshali naye. Thank you guys. So guys, we're each going to give each of the speakers 5 minutes to do their presentation, right? And the amazing thing about this is that they're not just going to speak. Each of them, you guys get to have 5 questions per round to each ask each speaker that you based the question on this or you based your presentation on this. I would like to know this. So it's more about a dialogue and an interactive session, not just really about presentation, right? So guys, let's give it up to our first speaker, Usiphelele Qulu.
Sanbonani. Oh wow, guys, it's very grateful to be here. But now, being a first speaker of these gorgeous ladies, for me, it's really, really scary. But ikamalami Usiphelele Qulu, and I am here to share my bit of my story. I thought I was gonna get 10 minutes, but now I've got 5 minutes. I'm gonna try and make it as short as the miniskirt. Okay, guys, today we are talking about the tenacious woman, the people who are resilient, persistent people who abanenkani. I mean, I won't just die. As soon as the God give you the second chance, you must just use it. Basically, what I will share, what I did for me to bounce back. Let me just start by saying I suffered the stroke in 2019. That's why I am on this Mini Cooper of mine. But however, I did go I went through all the phases. Don't think that now that I look like this, I didn't get challenges. I did. There was a point when I wanted to take my life. I said, like, God, if I cannot do the things that I like, I'm sitting on this bed, I'm in a hospital, I'm hospitalized for 5 months, and I can't do the things that I like to do. I'm a person that I was a runner, I was a netball player, I was doing choreography, I was doing all those sort of things that probably you can think of. But there was a time when I was told that now you can't walk. Today you were walking, the following day you are no longer walking. What will that make, how would you think about that? Today you are walking, the following day we are no longer walking. So basically, what I did for me to get to where I am, I did what probably Mandela did, which were interior empires. The 4 things that every person needs to do for them to go back to their senses. Firstly, I started by accepting that, okay, I'm currently not walking. I started looking into the things that are actually, what is the positive things about being on a wheelchair? I find my toilet in the mall is clean. I don't queue. Everybody is just supporting and like they want to help you now and again. I started thinking positive about being in a wheelchair because really, if I kept on thinking about I want to move, I want to dance, I want to do this, I can't do those things anymore. But I had to come back to life and say, no, Spelly. There are so many things that are more positive about being in a wheelchair. Why not? And for me to bounce back, I started doing what Nelson Mandela did, which is called empire interiors. The things that most people, like 90% people don't do, you focus on those things, you work on yourself. That's the most important part. Work on yourself because each and every person is going something, like everybody's going something through. So it means that there are seasons in life. Maybe it's spring now, but maybe in your life it's not spring. Life has seasons. So it means that you must accept that there's gonna be seasons. Be prepared. Work on yourself because there's gonna be things that are going to take place and you must accept. It's not like you're gonna be saying, why me? I could not say why me, who? Who must be on a wheelchair? Who must suffer the stroke? Who was meant to be? You have to accept those things before, so that you must work on yourself and all your emotions. Why I always keep on talking about the things that I did for me to get to where I am. I work on my health set. I work on my heart set. I work on my soul set and my mindset. So those are the 4 empires that most of the history makers have actually worked on. And those are the things that you can find them on a 5 a.m. club book, which is from Robin Sharma. It's a beautiful book that has changed my life. So read, stop complaining. Nothing is going to happen. The world does not owe you anything. Just believe that. It's not like because you had a problem now, everybody must just be supporting. You are just lying to yourself. You have to work on yourself and make sure that you find yourself. That's all. I think that's where I'm going to stop for now. Thank you.
At the age of 23, I was headhunted by an international boxing promoting company to do PR and media for them. I was based in Pretoria at the time. I went here to UT. Hey. And when I got the job offer, I had 5 conditions, which they met all of them. And one of the conditions was I needed a driver. Now, before you judge me harshly to think, what is this girl fresh out of school doing with a driver? I have a condition called nystagmus. It's an involuntary movement of the eye that causes short sight. So my whole life I was told I'll never drive. So I thought to myself, if I want to own a BMW, what does that mean? I'm gonna get a driver and I'm certainly getting my BMW, never be deterred, right? So I take this job, I move to the Free State. My friends say, don't go, we are guide plasing. And I had a vision, and my vision was, I'm gonna go to the Bundus, learn everything I can, and then come back to Joburg and consult and charge truckloads of money. Always have a vision, always have a strategy. Anyway, I get to this company, and within 6 months, I was promoted to general manager. I was managing 18 boxers. A few of them were world champions, a few of them were international champions, some of them were South African champions. And one of my jobs was to matchmake the international and world title fights. Let's explain the jargon. Matchmaking is when you put one boxer against another. And you have to be very strategic because you need to pick a boxer that is doing way better than your boxer in the international boxing ratings. And then if your boxer beats this boxer, they climb, right? So I'm very excited, ready for my first assignment. I call the promoters in the Eastern Cape. They were huge in boxing. And I'm trying to matchmake the boxers to have a tournament. And they said to me, "Asiteti nabafazi." Wow. And that is the first odd or challenge that I want to speak about, which is patriarchy. A society where men are seen as dominant and superior and women must just follow suit. Well, you know what I did? We had a healthy budget, so I started going internationally. I found boxers in the United States of America, Ghana, the Dominican Republic, Argentina, Mexico. And they came, and our boxers became some of the best in the world, literally. Because I didn't give up when they said, "Asiteti nabafazi," I showed them that one day uzoteta nalo mfazi. At the end of the day, after just 1 year in the boxing industry, we won the National Promoter of the Year award and the International Promoter of the Year award, and they were calling me. But I was humble, because when you get to a point where you show people you deserve a seat at the table, there's no need to gloat, you've already won. So be humble. So patriarchy, that's the first one that we have to fight. And then, after the genocide in Somalia, 60 to 70% of the population was women. All the men had unfortunately died in the war. So women had to get to work, and they did. So when you are a young girl in Somalia today and you have aspirations in your career, you don't have to decide on a career that's specific to women. Because in Somalia, women have equal opportunities to men. 61% of the seats in parliament in Somalia are owned by women. Gender equality, another odd that we face as women. But we're coming along because, as far as I know, in South Africa, 4 of our provinces are governed by female premiers. Hey. No problem. And then the next one is sexism. When a woman arrives at work and she's having a bad day, they say it's that time of the month. That doesn't happen to men. When a woman is pregnant, she's treated like she has some form of disability or incapability, even though 13-time Grand Slam tennis champion Serena Williams won the Australian Open when she was 2 months pregnant. Which leads me to another odd that we face as women, which is starting families. Every time a woman thinks about starting a family, she has to weigh it against her career, and some women delay having families because they don't want to sidetrack their careers. In the year 1980, Iceland inaugurated their first female president, and with her in office, she did something unprecedented. She extended maternity leave to 6 months, paid for women. But after a while, they then realized that women's careers were starting to stagnate because the role of caregiver was automatically attached to a woman. So if you went to an interview with a man, you became the disadvantage because somewhere along the line, you're gonna need 6 months to be a mother. So they introduced paternity leave, compulsory paternity leave. So in Ireland, when a man and a woman sit in an interview, we both have the disadvantage of starting a family. So, equal pay is not a problem in that country. But at the end of the day, ladies, no matter what the challenges we face, what matters is what solutions are we coming up with? I learned very earlier on in life that if you play the victim, you will never be a victor. So what are you, a victim or a victor?
That's women right there, ne? Yeah, my name is Amanda Ndiki, and I think the theme of this panel is women rising against all odds, ne? And I think they've really laid the platform. But what I would love to ingest in your mind is, for us to rise against all odds, we need to deal with the root of the problem. And leadership does not start in the corporate space. Leadership starts at home. Leadership starts where? At home. How we as women address young girls, it's very pivotal. We raise girls from a safety point of view. We raise girls with boxes put in front of them to say, as a girl, you have to behave this way, you have to act this way, you have to speak this way. So we groom young girls to be safety conscious, and we groom boys to be risk takers. So when boys get out and rise against all odds, it's not because it is something that has been given to them by the society. But it's a root problem that we have from our homes. A young girl is taught to do chores at home. You always have to think, what is my parent going to say if I don't clean, if I don't cook? A young boy is taught to go and play. Go explore. Go see the risk outside of home. So they grow up with the mentality of not fearing to take risk. On the other hand, with us, before you make a decision, you have to think, what does my mother say? What does the society say? As women, sometimes we are our own worst enemies. When a young girl steps up and shows leadership qualities, we are papa. We are papa. Right? So we really need to look in the family structure. Uguti, what is it that we impart on young girls regarding leadership skills? That do we allow girls to be heard? Or a girl child always needs to be seen and not heard? So when you raise young girls, allow them to speak. Allow them to share their voices. When a young girl says, I don't want you to kiss me, even if it's culture, respect starts there. We start to teach these young girls about gender-based violence. We start to teach them with those small gestures. When you touch a young person and they say, I don't want to be touched, we need to teach them respect. So how we are raised will actually help us be able to say, Mauti, I will have this idea. A man will listen because the roles in the family are not gender-based, they are human-based. Right? How much time do we have? 2 minutes. So they are human-based, and I really want us to understand, Uguti, when you go back home, do not dim your light, young girls, just because you are a girl. If you've got a skill, use it while you are young. That's how you rise against all odds. You don't have to wait to have a degree to use what you are given as a talent. If you know how to write at the age of 9, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is able to accommodate young authors as early as 9 years old to write their books, to publish their books, and they've also have Mzansi Awards. Ne? So I feel these are stories we need to tell you about the world out there. Amanda's stories is there, but you also need to know about the opportunities that happen in the outside world. You want to sing. Osis Zanele asked, are you ready? Are you ready for that opportunity? Whenever someone comes and says, I've got an opportunity for you, are you ready now? Are you prepared? You must plan to be prepared. Right? You must plan to be prepared. So rising against all odds for me as a businesswoman means being courageous. Being a woman in the business industry is tough, ladies and gentlemen. You don't only face the red tape in the corporate space, you face sexism. Men wanting to sleep with you, you have to face bribery. We can tell you all the glorious stuff about entrepreneurship, ne? But Mina, I like being real to women, to say, it's not all rosy. Don't listen to speakers that only sell you the good stuff. You must also be prepared emotionally for men who are going to look into you with what's in between your thighs, not what's in between your ears. And you must be able to rise above against that. And you must never lose your worth. Just because a man wants to sleep with you, it does not mean you must give in, because once you give in to that one man, every man that approaches you, it means when you are going to become the most Hollywood used person. You must always use your Hollywood to get your way through work and positions. So you must be able to say no. Teach yourself to say no. Thank you so much.
Check one. Sanbolan. My name is Ntombazana Ntombazana. Ntombazana is a name that I was given by my parents. I'm an author of a book called I Weathered the Storm. And during that storm, I gave myself a name, Vianto. Hence, when I was introduced, she said, Ntombazana Vianto Mjali. Vianto comes from, there's a term that I used to use whenever I was going through difficulty. I used to declare that victory is assured. I kept on saying victory is assured, even when things were going down the drain. I kept on saying victory is assured. So I took the acronym for victory is assured and I combined it with the first 3 letters of my name and I came up with Vianto. So the meaning of Vianto then is victory is assured for Ntombazana. You can use it for yourself, take it, don't, it works for me. Now, every day when I look at myself, and when I introduce myself, I say, I am Ntombazana Vianto, and when I say that, it's an affirmation. Even the battle that I'm going into, my victory is assured. So, the storm started for me when I got into tertiary. I got there my first year, I was at Wits. I was staying at Res. I was raised by my mom, and I had other siblings, but it was just mom and there was no dad at home. So when I got to Res, I realized that my reality was not so real, because I saw other children having fathers, and I knew where my father was. Okay? I knew where my dad was. My parents were married, but they got divorced, and when they separated, he separated with us. But all was well until the age of 17, when I got to tertiary and I saw that other children actually have fathers and they have relationships with their fathers. So my reality started to change. Then I wanted him. I wanted to build a relationship with him, because Benghala was seeing other children with their dads, and my father rejected me. He did not reject me by telling me straight that he did not want to have a relationship with me. He told me that his car was broken and. He had very good reasons. But that frustrated me, and I ended up falling into depression, severe depression. I was first told at 17 by a psychiatrist that I've got severe depression and I've got to go into antidepressants. Did that. I went into all the wrong relationships that I was not supposed to. Everything else was fine. Everything else, school-wise, was going well. I finished, got my diploma, went into the workspace, got beautiful car, first year. Everything else in that space was going well. Only the emotional side of being rejected. I could not handle rejection. And so I even got into relationships and friendships that I had no business going into, because I lost my identity when my father said, my car is broken. From then on, I got into even a romantic relationship that I was not supposed to be in. I've got a book there. If you want it, you will read my story. That's where it begins. But the issue for me was finding myself. It was about who I am. For me to get my healing and to move on with life and whatever journey, I had to find me. Who am I besides everything else that I want, everything else that I've achieved, everybody that has rejected me, everything else that has gone wrong in my life? Who am I? And because I did not know who I was at the time, I made a whole lot of mistakes. But those mistakes were corrected. In a nutshell, what I'm going to say to you today is that the ladies have spoken, and I appreciate everything that they've said. They all spoke about the odds that they've come across. But when I go into that battle, knowing that there will always be odds, don't look at us here and think our lives are, on point. We all have our own issues, but we go into a battle knowing that our victory is assured. Thank you.
Wow, that was beautiful, ladies. Victory is assured. And as our topic for this panelist is women rising against all odds, right? As women, we face through a lot of challenges, sexism, patriarchy, and these are things that we face not only in the corporate space, but we also face it at student lives, especially as student leaders, no more students in the classrooms. These are things that we face as well. But I want you guys to affirm yourself. Say, I know I can be what I want to be. And if I work hard at it, I'll be where I want to be. One more time, ladies. Now say it like you mean it. I know I can be what I want to be. And if I work hard at it, I'll be where I want to be. Perfect. So guys, we're going to have just 5 rounds. This round, we're going to have 5 questions, meaning 5 hands from the floor. You can base your question to each and every speaker. And also when you're asking a question, specify that who are you asking the question to? To which panelist are you asking? So guys, keep your questions as brief as possible. So can I please have the first 5 hands? Thank you, noted. 2 noted. Lady at the back. 4, 5. In that order. Can we have the same hands that I've noted? And can we also have a roaming mic? And also introduce yourself, I feel like your name is the first gift that you give to a person. The name is actually my first gift that I got from my parents, and they said that we are very grateful. Hence the name, Give Thanks, Lebogang. Yay. First speaker. Don't be shy, stand up. Oh, no, it's fine, okay.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Itel Malaji from the Republic. my question is for Miss Ntombazana. I just want to find out, how did you overcome your depression? Or like, are you still? How did you overcome your severe depression?
Okay, thank you. Next question.
Hi, everyone. This is not specifically a question. It's to Ms. Ntombazana. There was a time you were at the Pretoria Campus, and I asked you how you overcame everything you've gone through and all that. And at that time, I was actually going through like some heavy things, and the words you brought to me, like, it changed, because from that moment, from that onset, there's a lot I've done throughout the year that I'm so proud of myself. And I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much.
Third hand, this side. Which side was it again? Yes. And then the lady at the back.
Hi, everyone. I think my question is directed to everyone, but I just wanted to know, how were you guys able to maintain balance in all the emotional, physical, environmental, everything that was happening around you? How did you guys manage to balance everything? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next question?
Hi, everyone. My name is Palesa. Hi. So yeah, my question is directed to Palesa. You said something about when you started speaking, I'm not sure if I remember properly, you were like, after graduating, you were approached by like a company. So like, what is it that you did in varsity that like made you stand out, or over like that female, like we want that person? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can we have the last question? Yes.
Hi everyone, my name is Mutlago. Unfortunately, I'm that kind of a person who doesn't really have questions, but then have like a certain thing to say. So I don't have a question. Okay, what I want to say is the topic of now is women rising against all odds. Ne? Okay, so it says women rising against all odds, ne? But then those odds, they are like obstacles, and then again they are within us, like procrastination. Like when you procrastinate, ne? It's kind of an odd when you procrastinate. You tell yourself you want to do something, you don't do it. That's for under odds, and then again like also going to different stuff, that's like odds. So when you rise, it does not really mean that you are sitting down and then now you are standing up, that's rising. No, it's not rising. It starts from the roots, the ground where you built it. Just like a house, you can't start a house with the roofing. You start it down there with the foundation. That's why when we go to school, we start from preschools. Wow. That's the foundation they are building us. So like whenever you build something or whenever you build yourself, you need to start from the ground, going upwards. That's why everything in life goes with steps. So everything we do in life, we must do it in steps. You cannot jump like from one step and then you are step 5. What about those 4 steps? So in life, we need to go with steps and then maintain those steps very well. And then we must also listen attentively to the things that people say. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I think our first question was directed to you, Ms. Ntombazana.
Yes. The question was, how did you overcome your depression, right? And she said, are you still... She didn't finish her statement. She said, are you still... Okay, before I respond to that, I want to respond to the lady from Soshanguve. That for me means everything. I can have 400 people in one room, and if one person can say, through your story, I learned something. I know that, the Lord has given me. I've done what the Lord, I've achieved. It's an achievement for me. So thank you so much. Keep it up. Victories are short. You're so beautiful. And to respond to the lady that asked about depression, I learned how to manage it. With me, it was not for that particular time. It was chronic. It's chronic depression. Like any other sickness, one can have sugar diabetes and whatever and whatnot. You need to learn how to manage it. So I'm still on antidepressants now. I'm 40 years old and I'm still taking my antidepressants. And I'm okay. I just needed to first accept that, okay, I've got depression. Depression is not, when we were growing up, I think you guys were not even born at that time, when HIV was introduced to us, it was like a death penalty. AIDS uyafa. Until people started to learn and to research and to understand the actual disease. And so for me, I did that for myself. I needed to understand, which I am not crazy. It's a chemical imbalance, and I just need to know how to manage it. So there are times, even now, I speak about these things. I'm a motivational speaker. I speak about these things. There are times where I wake up and I think, oh my goodness, here we go again. How do I deal with it? I've accepted and I treat it. I'm still taking my medication. Every night I take my antidepressants. Okay, you answered. Okay.
Okay, Palesa, I studied international communications, but that's not a guarantee for a job. Everywhere I go, I stand out. Not because I'm paler than most, although that does help. But if you go to Harry Smith High School, where I went to school, my name is on the wall, Achiever of the Year. Here, at the Tshwane University of Technology, my mentor, Siphelele Qulu, I got the honorary award. I still have the certificate. When I started my first job as an intern, I hosted the biggest Secretary's Day event in the history of the company, and it was the most sponsored event in the history of the company, and nobody has beat that record to date. You have to stand out. I've only been to 4 interviews in my whole life. Every interview I've been to, I was offered the job. I chose not to take it. Every single job I was in, I was headhunted until I made the decision to be an entrepreneur. Let me tell you something. I was born with a condition called albinism, right? Like I said, I'm paler than most. And because I had albinism, people expected the least of me because, shame. What can she achieve when she was born with what they called a curse in Qwaqwa, where I grew up? And I took it upon myself to say, I'm going to live a life of purpose. I'm going to be intentional about how I live. I'm going to inspire people, and I'm going to leave a mark. So one day, and God, I'm asking for a lot more time because I still want to be around. When I am in a grave, my tombstone must have something that will say that I've lived up to that purpose. So you want to be headhunted? Stand out.
For everyone. Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Hey, earlier on, I was really rambling because I was thinking about the time. I'm one person who really conscious when it comes to time. When you told me 10 and then you now say 5, I was just like going all over the place. So I'm sorry about that. Basically, the question was that how did we balance or overcome? Was that? Or how do we balance our mental state? Okay, thank you. I just already mentioned that I work on myself. Basically, you have to work on yourself in such a way that nothing else matters. You just look into the purpose that you have found. And you must realize that nobody is going to help you, like fully. Take a decision for yourself. Remember your purpose, remember the balance. Maybe if I can go back to the balance issue. How did I balance my mental state? I read books, a lot of books, the motivational book, and the inner conversation. I started telling myself when I was no hope that I'm beautiful. I kept on saying, I affirmed. I kept on saying, I'm beautiful, I'm walking, I'm successful, up until really I look like now. Because the power of the things that you say to yourself, they matters. Someone else can come and tell you that you are beautiful, but if you don't believe that, you will never feel beautiful. So you work on yourself in such a way that nobody can even tell you anything. The other thing that I always like to share, when it comes to the emotionals and what, I work on myself on those things because for some reasons, God prepared me for the situation that I'm in. I always tell people that, these things, if I look at back and put all the puzzles, it makes sense why I'm actually on a wheelchair today. I was working at CUT, which is Technical Free State at the time. I was working there before I came here. Before I could come to TUT, the DPSA company is a Disabled People of South Africa. They came to me and said, we'd like you to actually help the people with disability with drama. So I started working on them. I like tragedy when I'm doing productions. If you saw my profile, is there. It says that I did some national productions. State theater, you call them Grahamstown Festival. I did those Makufe. I've done those. So I was appointed to work with disability people. Because I have liked tragedy and the reality, I asked them, what are the things that you are going through? They shared, and then I created a production. So they played, and those people were very talented. Came to TUT, now I'm working at RES. The only female RES that accommodate disability people. This is where I'm working. So I've learned to understand that, okay, how are they living? So that's why I always feel like God prepared me that one day you will be in this situation. I remember I will have a production such as when we do drummies, if you know drummies, I will have a student that comes with the crushes. I've already planned in my head how is the production is gonna go. Now comes this person, maybe is in a wheelchair, what am I gonna do now? God gave me that creativity for work with those people. And those people became the stars of the show. And we won. And people were thinking that Peli just used these disabled people because they want to win. It was not the case. I didn't plan to work with them. In 2018, December, I decided to release my boyfriend. I released my boyfriend in time. Before 2019, I suffered the stroke. Because now, actually, I'm a very single woman right now, by choice. By choice. So the reason that I'm saying God prepared me is on the basis that I could be thinking now that this guy is now leaving because now I'm on a wheelchair. But I've already released the guy because our goals were not aligned. I wanted big things, he wanted small things. So we were not matching. And for some reasons, I signed up with Herbalife Nutrition, which is something that has actually helped me because when I was hospitalized for 5 months in a private hospital, there was a time when, I'm finishing. There was a time when even my medical aid could not even save me. But the business opportunity that I had was the one that I was able to pay those bills. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. We're only going to take 2 questions due to time constraint, right? So can I have 2 questions, 2 ladies who want to ask questions? 1 and 2. So before we actually give to the ladies, I'd also like to pose a question to Umes Viant Omjali. It actually says that you're a spiritual woman, right? And you're a church-going person, but also your NPO, it actually aims and teaches and goes deeper as things like divorce, abortion, and which a lot of people like to say it contradicts with the Christian life. So now how do you differentiate the two, or how do you merge the two?
That's a very good one. I like how you first introduced it. You said, I'm a spiritual person. And you're saying it contradicts Christianity. I'm not a Christian. I'm a spiritual being. I don't want to be labeled, because spirituality does not have labels, should not have labels. Spirituality is connecting with the higher power. And so the higher power loves the people who have aborted. The higher power loves the people whom we've deemed as the worst sinners. The higher power is unconditional. The love of God, as I define him, is unconditional at all times. That is why you and I today are breathing. We have this oxygen, and the person that is in prison, that is deemed the worst criminal, that is feared even by the law, by the law force, is also fearful of that person. But he also has an oxygen, just like you and I. So I'm spiritual. I'm not a Christian.
Hands for protection.
Hi everyone. My name is Mapuiti. My question goes to all of you ladies. We live in a world where we are faced with lots of distractions. So I want to know, how are you guys able to deal with these distractions? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next question?
Hi, my name is Malebu Maiba, and my question goes to all of the ladies. How do you guys deal with rejection in case of when you're looking for a funding for your business as an entrepreneur or a businesswoman?
I think the questions are very similar, so I think we can just sum them up. But how do you deal with distractions? And also, how do you deal with rejection in the entrepreneurial space?
In 2012, we started a clothing manufacturing business in Qwaqwa, in the Eastern Free State. And we had been trying to get funding for so long, and we were not winning. So eventually, we became self-starters. So when you have a business, sometimes you just have to start. Start with what you have. One of the speakers today mentioned that you could start a career using social media. Everybody has a phone. Everybody has access to the internet. So to sit and wait for funding, darling, your business won't get off the ground. You just have to start. Start where you can. Start badly, start poorly, just start. And then once you've started, you've given people something to see. You've proven your business case. You've shown them that this thing actually works, and then you can start getting funding. So I think the biggest problem with a lot of people that are entrepreneurs is you want the funding up front. Sometimes you have to put in the work before you get the funding. And then the second one, how do you deal with distractions? I told you I worked for a boxing promoting company. One year we proposed to do boxing for Makufe. And I used to dance, you remember? Guys, I used to dance. I could shut this place down. I actually did it one time. We had a production on the stage, shut it down. So I'm busy presenting to the board of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Some guy's looking at me funny. And I keep asking myself, I'm flowing, I'm killing. Why is this guy busy looking at me funny? After the presentation, we get our Makufe boxing done and dusted. I'm sitting waiting to see the MEC. This guy comes out, he says, sorry, can I ask you a question? But he looked very uncomfortable and he wasn't sure whether to ask or not. I said, feel free. I thought he's gonna ask me about the obvious, but he actually, after cringing for a while, says, are you that girl, Anna Jaiva Cubana Maubani? Don't clap. I am an executive in a pinstripe suit and a crisp white shirt. You're gonna ask me, Neke Jaiva Cubana? So for the first time in my life, I denied myself. There's a girl adulan ligationing, but I don't confuse her. And he apologized profusely and kept it moving. Now let me tell you why I'm telling you this story to answer the question, your distractions. In my life, I've never wanted to be a choreographer. I really enjoyed dancing. But dancing was starting to become a distraction to my career. So what did I do? I let it go. Distractions are things that you choose to entertain. So I choose not to entertain distractions. I have a very full life. I love to travel. I enjoy a good glass of cognac every now and then. I enjoy my life, but I understand something very important. That distractions can torpedo everything that I've worked hard for. So I know when to say no, and I know when to keep it going.
Thank you very much, ladies. That was very beautiful. Let's give them a round of applause once again. So guys, Umes Ntombazana has gave each and every one of us. I don't think they're enough. They're not enough, but she's actually donated a few copies of her book. So let's also give her a round of applause for that. Now, lastly, ladies, let's repeat again. I know I can be what I want to be. And if I work hard at it, I'll be where I want to be. Wow!
Oh yeah, my babies, oh yeah. Oh yeah, my babies, oh yeah. Oh yeah, Ntombazana, oh yeah. Oh, let's party. Oh, oh yeah, Ntombazana, oh yeah. Oh yeah, Ntombazana, oh yeah. Woo, Batu, you guys, you look so stunning. You look so beautiful. You look gorgeous. One thing you must know, and it's guaranteed, that you are fearfully and wonderfully made. Don't ever let anyone tell you, Horwena, you are nothing. Because you are everything. Okay? Sure. So guys, I go by the name of Lindy Wesogo. That's my name. I'm a student. Hey, guys, let's study, by the way. Let's study. Let's study. Let's study. All right? Yes. So, before I can introduce generally a thing, le parala thing, let me tell you a bit about myself. I grew up in a place that's very informal, and people are like, wena, o tlo ipasa physics wena, o tlo ipasa maths. Hey, let me tell you something. Because I knew myself, I knew my roots, I knew who I was. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna be one of the best women in science. I'm gonna be the best. Actually, no, I'm the best already. One thing you don't know, I am the best in the field already. The universe, woo, I feel sorry for the scientist already because I'm coming, I'm the best. Hey, you must start visualizing that from now. Do we have women in science? Women in science. Okay, you're gonna pass. But physics, 90. Only if you believe. Only if you know that already I got a 90 before I can even start writing. Yes. So now I'm just gonna read a biography of one of the best. Le para lama para, general of all generals. Yeah? Kira advocate, ela advocate. When she leaves, you are emotionally born. Yeah? Let me not say much, but just go straight to her biography. Le para lama para, don't forget. So I want you, when she comes here, you must know that actually prepare your emotions, your feelings, ne? Okay. General of all generals. Le para lama para. Eh? Do you guys understand? Okay, let's just get straight to it. Whew. General. Miss Amanda Ndiki. Whew, okay. Whew. Miss Amanda Ndiki's specialization is in the area of coaching, development, and inspiring individuals and groups at all levels within the organization. The name Amanda Ndiki can be used synonymously with a self-starter, dynamic, and dedicated woman. She's an international accredited NLP practitioner and a life coach. She's an author. She's a motivational speaker. She's good with standing before you and tell you how beautiful you are. It comes naturally. She's the director of Ndiki Project. Ladies and gentlemen, without any waste of your time, can we all please stand up? Let's stand up and give a round of applause to Miss Amanda Ndiki.
My time now. No. Now it's my time. This is my space. Lankutlwane? Is this mic perfect? Ish, mic, yeah, now I can hear. I can introduce myself formally now because this is my time, right? That's why next I felt like I'm still going to speak, I'm still going to connect with you. So my name is Amanda Ndiki, and I think they've done all the introductions. I like being here because I want your energies. I want to connect with you. Ne? I don't like a stage when I'm speaking. I'm an author of the book titled Stepping Into Your True Self. Ne? And as the ladies have shared, we all have stories to tell. We all have risen against all odds. And the reason for me to write this book, there was a gap in the society that was bothering me. And Mahatma Gandhi says, be the change you want to see, right? And I was bothered by the level of single mothers in our black society. I was bothered by the level of absent fatherhood in our black society. I was bothered by the drive and the commitment and the addiction of immorality in our black society. I was bothered by the risky behaviors that most of our black men are endorsed to do, and they're not held accountable.
I was bothered by the fact that young women are abused and raped, and it's a norm in the black society. We advocate for women, and we call them strong when they endure abuse in marriages. We praise young girls, we praise women who endure abuse in relationships and call them strong. Women engage in sexual behaviors premaritarily because they want to serve a man. I was bothered by this narrative. Why are young people engaging in sex and it affects them emotionally and every way you can think of? And then I asked myself, why are we controlled by sex? That's why I wrote this book, Stepping into My True Self, because batlore hausa heavy sex, udula ukwatile, unali stress. Hakisheba this hall, li bored, li down, li boregile mara di boyfriend. Babang abita, they've got boyfriends. So clearly it's got nothing to do with sex, right? And I said to myself, then why are we expected to engage in sex as women? Do we do it because we understand, or we do it because we are expected to serve a man? And my talks on true selves is not to say there's anything wrong with sex or marriage. Sex is natural. Sex is beautiful. Men are beautiful. Men are handsome. There's nothing wrong with men. I do not hate men, because most of the time, women have this conversation because they hate men. I do not have issues with men. I love men with all my heart. I've got good men surrounding me. And with those good men surrounding me, I live a life of celibacy. Ne? Do you know what celibacy means? If you don't know, it means I do not engage in sex. I do not date. I don't know, others maybe date for their own purposes. But for me, as Amanda Ndiki, I am living a life of celibacy for 10 years this year. And then they are glow. And then it's sexy. So you can't say to me, I'm celibate because I'm ugly, they are rich. Nah. It's a personal choice. And that's my topic for today. I titled it TUT for a purpose. So that even the years to come, you will always remember, Usis Amanda, when you come into this place, you will remember TUT. Take up total control of your life. That's TUT, ne? So that's my title for today. And that's why, Kiri, it's been 10 years. I had to take up total control of my life. And how do you do that? Self-leadership. That's the first thing. You need to know how to self-lead yourself. You need to know how to self-lead yourself. And self-leadership is not in the corporate space. Self-leadership is your behavior. Self-leadership is your attitude. Self-leadership are your actions. We spoke about procrastination and someone was laughing at her. That is very wrong, because we are all learning. Self-leadership is this. It's not anything else except this. What you think, what you say, and what you do, that is self-leadership. Are you able to lead yourself with your mind, relationships, and career-wise? Ne? Ngoba sijaheleza ezinye izinto mara asikazi understand nokuthi siyabobani. I always say self-leadership then speaks to identity. Identity has 8-letter words. Ne? And the first 2 letters of identity, it's ID, as in I and D. And then you break it down, you've got ID. When you break it down, the last 6 words, it's entity. So identity simply means you have to first understand your own ID. In the world that we are living in, your ID is your green barcode, right? You can never get a job if you don't have the ID number. You won't open an account if you don't have the ID number. You can't travel if you don't have the ID number. You can't even get married, the marriage that you pursue so much, if you don't have an ID number. So what does that mean? If we can have that word in the worldly realm, identity, it simply means for you to access anything regarding yourself, anything regarding your leadership skills, you first need to understand your ID. And your ID comes in your spirituality, emotional state, and physical state. Who are you spiritually? Because those three need to balance. When you understand who you are spiritually, not religiously. Because when you understand who you are spiritually, then you are able to interpret and express that action through your emotions. Your emotions will tell us where you are spiritually. Because when you have healed spiritually, your emotions will heal. So when you are spiritually immature, when I speak about celibacy, you are already judging me, Uguti, that's impossible. You are already saying to me, why does she want us to celibate when we can enjoy sex, right? Whereas spiritual maturity says, when you start respecting yourself, your body, your emotions, you will engage in sexual activities when you are ready. Because there is sexual rejection, Bazalwane, that is keeping you in prisons right now. There is no woman who said when they want to experience sex for the first time, they want to be rejected by a man. Am I lying? You are sitting with wounds because you engaged in sex prematurely when you are not ready, where you wanted to be validated by this act of sexuality. Yet, on the other hand, it did not validate you, but it rejected you. Emotions la. I'm not a motivational speaker because it's not going to help you. I'm not going to come here and make you feel good. No. I want to talk about the realities that you go through. The places you expose your wombs, the kind of men you expose your wombs to. This place is also about self-leadership. Your womb is a place where you have to lead it. You don't just allow any man to come and worship in your womb. You don't just allow any man to come and do as they please in your womb, because this is a place of birth for you. You are an incubator. So any kinds of seeds that you allow to come and sit in this womb, they are planting. So when you keep on allowing seeds of cheating men to come and plant in this womb, they will stay. Because you're a spiritual person, you will keep on attracting a cheating man in your life. That is the cycle you are starting to build in your life. I'm stagnant. Yeah, I want deliverance. What kind of seeds have you allowed in your womb to come and plant? There's depression, there's medical depression, I agree. But some depressions are caused by the kind of seeds that we have allowed to be planted in these wombs. Amen. I still love you. And then you ask yourself, now why could you like attract the spirit attracts the spirit. A dog will smell a dog far away because it's a spiritual thing. So once you open up a gate, everybody is allowed to come and worship in a place that is open. So once you open up your womb to a man that is unworthy of this body, you are saying to the spirit world, I welcome any man that wants to come and experience this place because it's not protected. Hayi, sasontweni nala. And uDr waze kahle ukuthi ngiqede so that nizohamba niyoziphusa amanxeba kahle. Yes. So some deliverances as dingi mthandazo, some deliverances as dingi muntu wesintu, zidinga uqobo lwakho and your discipline to lead yourself. Amen. Zidinga you to be able to say, ngiyala ngami. I refuse with myself. I refuse with my Hollywood. Call it a Hollywood so that you understand the value. Yes, most of Hollywood, you have made it. So call this place your Hollywood so that you value it. Hi, Tommy. We're thinking, Tommy, you don't get more for the butterflies. He's bringing you STDs. But when udula ubona gynecologist, not because you want to check your health. We are the gynecologist thing because utweriki STD. Yes. Jalo uya clinic utweriki STD mruto wa chisa because you want to keep this man who is busy exposing you in risky behaviors. Amen. You don't go and examine your health. Unali high blood. What are the chances of you getting cancer? Mara ufrikenta. Batung. You keep on going back, Ibil. Ngaru uruwena pick it up. It is so sad. Stop being pick-it-ups, young girls. There is life outside of pick-it-up. Because when you are so consumed with the environment of pick-it-up, that's what you do. No, Chomi, as long as I'm sharpy, ang abuser emotionally. Hey, Swada. Hi, Chomi, as long as I chitaki someone, batung. Now, with self-leadership, you are able to say, you can never stop a man to cheat, right? A cheating man has got nothing to do with you. But when you self-lead yourself, you are able to say, I do not want to accept a man that is going to expose my health. Because when a man is cheating, and he is cheating you, not using protection, it simply means he is putting your health at risk, Bazalwan. Your health alone. HIV, STD, in your womb. You still want to build a family. Mara, you are busy exposing your wombs to men that do not care about your dignity and your health. Why? So when you self-lead, I'm able to say, once I meet a man, Batung, you have a list. There is no one that is perfect. Ne? I'm not encouraging perfectionism, but I'm encouraging healthy relationships. Because I realized, there's a lot of unlearning that needs to happen within our young women. Because of the narratives that have been said for women, leading Bogoto, stop being a Bogoto. Require a soft life, but whom? Now I live a soft life. And soft life does not only come with blessers. When you are not exposed, you will take social validations that are not true and make them your reality. Hey, banna bachita, banna kidinja. If banna kidinja, how luma ulelang? Why ulla? Au lume he, akere wena o re ke ntja. Ha tsamaye ilo ruta mo le le mo, akere ke ntja. Why ulla then? Because when then when you are given that you complain. Then now we come and we tell you there are good men out there. There are good men who are capable of communicating. No, Osamanda, banna ba khona bua o robala jwang le wena. Cake yona o ithola jwang? Seke se yona o ithola jwang? Sekisi o ithola jwang a sa khona bua? Uyitola byang. No, he can't express himself. Maramole abe ar. Kibua kir. Kibua ne. Kibua vele na kitlo. It's allowed, ne? There is no man who, the iron toy men cannot express themselves. Men are able to communicate. Seke se o ithotse byang? O itseng go wena? So they can express themselves, but they choose where to express themselves. Right? That's what self-leadership does. It gives you discernment. What is discernment? The ability to judge well. What is discernment? The ability to judge well. When every year, discernment, the ability to judge well. I la one rata chomi yo. First time we can say it's a mistake, right? I'm open to mistakes. Temba uitengwa rata kir rarepurku. Okay, fine, give mistake. Second time, sipo watla batung. Yo, ki batla go nyala. Mara ki batla umfe ngwana. No sense of action placed there, Akir. So that's why you use discernment. Langutrane. That's why you use discernment. Discern if this person's words and actions are actually aligning. Are they aligning now? And beyond their actions aligning, there is something inside of you that we all have. I don't even want to be spiritual about it. We all have the sixth sense. We all have that conscious. Then when something is done or said to you, that voice whispers and say, asitsona tse. Ya teka. Mara, because we focus so much on the physical, and that's what sex does. It clouds your judgment. Yo, chomi umfam nati. I don't care about any other thing. Ufam nati is not going to build a future for you. Ufam nati is not going to break the cycle you want to break in your family lineage. If you are saying you have been brought up by a single parent, you must look at the patterns and the actions of the men you attract. And don't be comfortable about them. If a man as well cannot self-lead, and you can only know that if you yourself has been able to identify your self-leadership skills, then you'll be able to see how a man leads himself. And if that man cannot be able to lead themselves, how is he going to lead you? So before you say I do, it's not just about the sekisi. It's about raising and building a family, a healthy family. Because now when you commit to men that are dysfunctional, you are actually creating a dysfunctional family, which then also goes and create a dysfunctional society. So we need to break those patterns. We need to break them. And it's not nice. No, because motivate. I can't say nice. Eh? All right. Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, we miss right, girls? So I always say my talks, I want to be as real as possible. I don't want to come here and give you motivations that are unreal. So when I wrote this book as well, I was in a place of brokenness. Ne? And in the morning, I did say on my session, Uguti, brokenness can be very addictive. Women tend to associate with pain. No, currently the conference tabasadi, it's always about pain. Ne? That when an Amanda comes and say, pain is there, but you are able to overcome pain. It's like, we get a bit wait. I understand matata abasadi. I am a musadi. And I was once in pain. That's why I wrote this book, Stepping into Your True Self. Because I felt there is so much mask that we put out there to conform to the standards of the society as women. You must always act strong. You must always act morally right. Ne? You must always act as if you've got it all together. Sometimes we don't have it all together. And it's okay to say, I am not okay. It's okay to say, Yabana manje, I don't know what to do. But when you are in that space, ne, please don't go to someone who is bleeding like you. Because they are going to keep you in that space of pain. Hey, you are going to limp for the years. 4 years. I never. Find someone who has healed. Someone who's going to make that wound uncomfortable and painful. As women, we go through pain. It's normal. It's not normal. God did not design women to go through pain. There is no scripture that says women are designed to endure pain. I don't know where that narrative came from, but it is definitely not from spiritual purposes or spiritual or religious perspective. I don't know where it comes from. But today I'm going to ask you to break that cycle and break that narrative and desire soft love for yourself. But you will never desire it if you don't feel like you deserve it. There are people when I speak to in my coaching sessions, they will tell you, it's impossible, Sis Amanda. That's the level of emotional addictions that we are in. That we don't believe that there is goodness out there for us. There is goodness out there for us. But we must learn to navigate. We must learn to accept situations as they are. And then self-leadership then allows you to adapt to situations. Because you can't adapt. There are women who become stalkers when they are rejected. Yeah. Askisin. I'm exposing who we are. And we need to deal with those dysfunctions. When a man is done, as long as asore hambatli, akitsamai haibo. The actions are there. Hello? Akiri is giving you whispers. What are the whispers of a man that is not interested to you? He's always busy. Oh, okay. Another one. Lack of communication. So, laditsiba ne? The whispers laditsiba ne? Laditsiba ne? My friends obandeka masiceda hle. Laditsiba ne? Mara wena uyemetse storm. Guys, women love pain. Hansa khona lady. It's like, oh, Chomi, it's not for me, this one. Na ke batla storm, ke batla. So the whispers are there. The whispers are there. You must learn to adapt. Girls, ladies, adapt. If someone does not love you, they do not love you. There is nothing you can do. Ukayetsa the monkey styles. He is not going to love you. Uloi bleacher. Utlo siya uli jwalo. You will put on boobs. I see the pressure of social media into young people, thinking that if you've got a big ass or a small waist like Amanda has got, no, it's got nothing to do with that. I do not want you to alter who you are for relationships. Right? Do not alter who you are for any relationships or for any friendship. It's got nothing to do with your hips or the size of your boobs. Right? So that should tell you, Khuri, when someone commits to you, it's got nothing to do with your external features. Someone will commit to you because they are ready and they are mature. Ne? There is no prize, bazalwane molinyaleng hlebanyana. You know, the way women put pressure on themselves for marriage, it is so sad. Marriage is a beautiful thing, ne? Let's not take that away. But do not lose yourself all in the quest of wanting to marry. Then you add into the statistics of a divorce bandla. As long as Kikeni told me, as long as Kikeni. But when you are coming out of that divorce, what scars are you coming out with? You must ask yourself that question. What scars are you coming out with? You are not missing out on anything. Sometimes you are really missing out and saving yourself from rejection, from lowering your confidence, from the wounds that you are going to get from that marriage. Women are broken because of those same relationships and marriages. So sometimes when it's not coming, do not force it, bazalwan. Bar uska utlai waban sky forced. Don't force it. So when that time comes, you must always understand, Uguti, when the time is ready. Into maguya yako e yako. Maguya yako e yako, ne? That's why you need to self-empower yourself. Funda. Go out there. Travel. You know, maybe your husband is not in South Africa. You are limiting yourself with the boundaries. There's global men. But because you don't travel, you don't think outside of South Africa. Life is beyond South Africa. It's beyond the global boundaries of South Africa. You can go and work, but you know to somebody, no? You've seen her, ne? Right? All I'm trying to say to you is not all of us will reach that destination, ne? But there is nothing wrong in dreaming. Stop limiting yourself. Mina, I am only mphelela la e2UT. Usachazwa ilaba bhuti ba la e2UT kuphela 10 minutes. Kunabo bhuti abanamasuit la ngaphandle. Abafaka ama perfume ase skin cosmetics. Do you know skin cosmetics? Abafaka ama perfume ase skin cosmetics. Usakhaliswa uthabo ohlala khona edeskini enisafunda noyi-2. Akufake into deep depression. Hi, women, now get out. Say to yourself, get out. There is more to Amanda than what I'm putting herself into right now. Say your name, Pela. Hi, guys. Ukhaliswa nenze second year or first year bandla. Yes, there is so much more in life. Kunabo bhuti abathenga ama-S bayibiza an ace of spade. Angizazi mara ngihlala ngizibona ukuthi ibhodlela it's about 25,000. So when ukhaliswa umuntu okuthengele i-airtime ye-30 rand. Akayithengi naye ne? Uthenga ngomkhero wakhe ne? And this is going to bring me to my next point. This money. Money is value, ne? But we use it differently, yangit. How you see yourself? Do you value yourself now? Uwangari says, you cannot enslave a mind that knows itself. Angazi noma niyayazi leyo quote. You can never enslave a mind that knows itself, that values itself, and that understands itself. Those are 3 issues. You must know yourself, you must know your value, and you must understand yourself, right? Because you can know yourself, marungas understand. Knowledge without comprehension equals numbness, because when you know yourself and you understand yourself, you have action. So in knowledge without comprehension is doom. That's why uzo recite iBhayibhile mara you will never change. That's why uzo quote ama verses mara ukhohlakele. Naza namusho amen uya. Right? Uthi that values itself. Na imali. Ukhona umuntu ongathanda imali? Siyithanda sonke ne? Mara i-value yale mali ukuthi mina ngithanda ukudlula wena, does it change? It stays the same, ne? So why Tina, when people do this to us, our value changes about ourselves? Yeah? Yeah? Kitli sama wena ne? Why when we do this to ourselves, why when people do this to ourselves? For me to squash 50 rand, does it change who give 50 rand? It doesn't, ne? Can still rise, ne? Haki tabula. Thank you. As I'm about to close, Val, I wish you can scream for yourself when someone wants to tear you down. When someone wants to tear your confidence down, I wish you scream like this. I wish when someone tears down your value, but you know, the moral of the story with this is what? This is how much we put value on other people, not on us. If 50 rand, yeah! Mara, someone comes and destroys your confidence and you keep silent. Someone abuses you emotionally and you keep silent. Someone abuses you sexually and you keep silent. Where is your value? Why don't you scream for your value? That's the moral of the story. But you know why? We're living in a digital world as well. That encourages us to connect to our cellulars more than our solulars. When was the last time you connected to your soul? As I close, I'm going to say, instead of you every day taking selfies, connecting to your cell phone, can you start taking a selfie? As you filter the blemishes and the pimples that you always filter from your phones, can you start filtering that anger? Can you start filtering that bitterness? Can you start filtering that low self-confidence? Filter the things that are a distraction in your life. Filter the negative behaviors. Filter the dysfunctional behaviors. Because when you start taking selfies, you are connecting to your soul. Let your spiritual compound be your Wi-Fi. As you're always to connecting to every Wi-Fi in the world, start connecting to your source. That is your Wi-Fi. That gives you strength. That gives you confidence. That affirms who you are on earth. Because when you start filtering your selfie, pimples, you will care less. Ugutu fage weave, you will care less. Ugutu, you've got a natural hair, you won't be bothered by such. You will start dealing with the real issues that are your demons. I eat 10 minutes pelilene. I'm sorry. Nkulumene. Yeah, no, I'm closing, but you will start dealing with the real issue that you are running away from. Loma likes, tend them. Make it a habit. Uguti mauvuga. Uti, I'm taking a selfie. See what is dirty. See what is rotten inside of you. Ngoba, this rottenness that stays here, iyanuga. And I must say, nuga is courtesy, it manifests. It manifests in the anger that you project. It manifests in the jealousy that you have with other women. It manifests in the kind of relationships that you attract and commit to. Not just because we attract everyone. But the commitment issue says a lot about what is happening inside these demons. So your selfie will expose all those things. I will continue to say, as I close, take more selfies because you are so connected to your selfies. Rather opt and take a selfie and connect to your cellular level. It will expose all the demons and lead you to a place of healing. Amen. Who's closing? Oh.
Which one is working? Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies. How are you guys doing? With the show of your hand, can I see the level of empowerment that you got today? Here being the lowest, medium, and high. If you jump, means that you got it all. Thank you very much. Mine is very quick. I'm here to do the vote of thanks. But before I do that, can I request, where are those ladies who asked questions today? Please come and stand here for me. I want to give you a handshake. Those who asked questions. Quickly. Right, come and queue up here. Right, let's make this very quick. Christmas came early for you. Okay, while we are at it, before I even do the vote of thanks, I believe that all the ladies who empowered us today, they were simply giving us a navigation to our lives. We need to start to lead ourselves. We need to start to take charge of ourselves. A wise man said, if you don't know where you're going, even the map cannot assist you. Or if you don't know where you're going, any road can take you anywhere. And if you don't know where you are, even a GPS won't assist. Find yourself, find where you are, and start to walk on where you are going. But another thing for us, young people, especially ladies, it's always quick for us to have a place called there. We all want to be there. We all want to have this, want to be successful in this way. But we forget one thing, that if there's a place called there, we should always remember that there's a place called here. Know where you are and understand where you are. What do you need? Whom are you with where you are to get to a place called there? This can only be done by you and not anyone else. Thank you very much. Now, I want you to raise up your left hand. And we are going to do a 5-coin clap. Name. Right. Look at your hand and look at me. Look at your hand again. Do you see me? Of course you won't. Look at your hand. I want you to take out your pinky with your right hand. Your pinky is this one. I want you to clap on your left hand with your pinky. As you are clapping, we want to say, as SGLD, Student Governance and Leadership Development, from a Directorate of a Division of Extracurricular Development, we want to say thank you to the university for having such platforms for young women to be empowered. As you put in the second finger goes to those who are underrated. Those security guards that we pass and not greet in the morning. Those ladies that make sure that the classes are clean before we start with our sessions. We say thank you. As you put the third one, we want to say thank you to Director Dr. Gugulethu Xaba, the HODs of Student Governance and Leadership Development, the practitioners, SDOs, administrators, those who made this happen. We want to say thank you for being relevant staff members to our students. And then you put the fourth one. The fourth one goes to our lovely speakers, our performer, goes to the technical team, it goes to the team behind the scenes. We say to you, thank you. We want to also say thank you to the volunteers who are here championing everything since morning behind the scenes and making sure that we are all sorted. And when you put the last one, this is for you. We want to say thank you, ladies, for being here and being empowered. Thank you very much. You are well appreciated as we celebrate after the Women's Month. We still say to you, we appreciate you, women. We appreciate the work that you are doing, insignificantly so. We say thank you. And let me apologize for the men. As a man, we say we're sorry for what we might have caused. And we are working on ourselves. One day, we will be relevant to your life. We want to restore the integrity of young men in the society. Hence, we had a program the previous month called Motlhabane. We also empowered boys because we want the empowerment to be seamless. We want not only to empower ladies, but also to do likewise for men. We say thank you very much. line of march, what's going to happen from here, each campus, you'll go to your respective bus. As you get to your bus, I'm going to ask the volunteers for respective campuses. They will bring you the snack packs for the road as you go home. The ones who are not using buses, who belong to Pretoria Campus, please stay behind. We'll sort you. Remember, you are going to go to your buses, ne? And then we'll give you the refreshments there. Those who didn't use buses, you stay behind. Relax, wait, we are not done. We are not done. Le 50 rand ke yaka, ke yaka. Okay.
Ha ke tsebe ke tlo fa bona ba tung.
Okay. Whoa. Okay, let me take them. Keep the money for now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. This is what I'm going to do. Ne? Where is Miss Amanda? Is she safe? Right. Oh, okay. DJ, Raukopela, music inyana. Yes. Oh yeah. Okay, stay away from the TV. Thank you. Bye-bye.